Hi, Clive Vasher, CEO of De La Rue. A quick story of resilience for you. 18 months ago, the very survival of our 200-year-old company was in question. We'd lost some significant contracts and a number of our businesses were loss-making. We had to set about delivering a turnaround plan that is ongoing over the next 3 years. And in order to do that, we had to convince the banks that we were not going out of business and to refinance us. And we went out last July to the investment community to raise £100 million of equity. The result of this is that now our currency business is flourishing. We are printing between 6 and 7 billion banknotes for 140 countries every year. And our authentication business, where we do about 9 billion government tax stamps, and we also produce exclusively all of the Microsoft Windows labels that go under laptops worldwide. That's also growing extremely fast. Our share price that had dropped to 40 pence, and the business was worth a total of less than £40 million at that point in time. The share price is now at £1.80. And our business is worth about £350 million, and we're very much on the up. So we took a lot of hard work and resilience, but it was all worth it.
Hi, Benedict Heaver of Streets Heaver. The key concept that we've been rolling out across the business over the last few years has all been around our culture and how we've developed that. That's obviously been a bit of a struggle over the last 18 months with COVID. But we've managed to use things like Yammer to push out constant information so people are kept up to date. We have weekly videos where I update everyone on what's happening within the business. And lastly, we've introduced something called Icebreaker into Microsoft Teams, which randomly pairs up two members of staff so they can have half an hour chat with each other over a coffee and just discuss all things so they get to know each other and sort of build that cross-departmental collaborative work.
So this is our 8th LIBS Connect. Our previous one was held in November 2019, and that one focused on the military and businesses and what we can learn from the front line. It was a fantastic event. Martin, you would remember we did that together. It was absolutely fabulous. This one today, we are really privileged and pleased to be focusing on a sector that touches all of our lives, which is the health sector. So we've tried to bring together lots of recommendations of organizations, whether they're in manufacturing, services, in well-being, in mental health, and of course our all-important NHS and the services that provides to all of us, keeping us safe and healthy. So we're going to focus on innovation and resilience in the health sector, and we're really pleased to bring together the group of people who are truly invested in it, who want to learn from it, and already I can see from the morning's interactions, a lot of connections have already been made. So this is your opportunity to connect with whoever you wish to by hearing what they do and by meeting them in the networking breaks. So a few housekeeping things before we go ahead for the morning, please. There are fire exits, no fire alarms planned as far as I know. And if there is any concerns or any questions you have about the era we live in, please do feel free to come and discuss with us, and we'll do what it takes to keep you safe. There are some masks available at the front desk from the business school as well that you're most welcome to use. I think without any further delay, I'd like to show you the agenda very quickly of what we've got, just broadly to give you a timeline of what we're going to expect today in person here. And you'll be really pleased to know that we also have a live stream happening right now of this event. Because we wanted learning to be permeable, we wanted it to go across boundaries. So just an example, I've invited one of our partner institutes in Mumbai, in India, the V School, that we take our students across multiple times a year, we used to in the times when we could travel. They have a health sector MBA running in India. So their students, about 120 of them, plus the academics, are also invited to log in and be part of this conversation at a global scale. So it is just one of the many ways in which we try and connect people right across Lincolnshire, UK, and then international in the way we are. So just, sorry, we'll just go back one bit, no worries. So we have a coffee interval at 11, and we'll be coming back at about 11:30, just past that mark. So there's a good half an hour to be able to interact. There would be some video recordings that we would request you to come out and speak to us if you're willing in that break. There's a very key part of the day, which is a launch of an intent to be able to have learning opportunities, leadership learning opportunities in the health sector, which I'll invite our director of the business school to be able to do at that point at about 1:15. And as we close, we have hot lunch served for everyone, so that you're not touching any food, but it's served to you. But we also have a very special medical school tour organized for 2:25 at the reception. We'll gather at 2:25 and walk you over for our 2:30 start. If you haven't yet signed up for it, please do join us at 2:25. We still have spaces on it, because we'd love to show you what the intent of the medical school is. We also would love to have you listen to Professor Frank Tanzer, who's going to be speaking about rural healthcare and the importance of it to our region, which is very importantly so. And we would then end that at about 4 o'clock, and that's how we plan the day. So first things first, I think the importance of the health sector to the university is key, and I'd love to invite to set the tone for that Connect Dr. Craig Marsh, who probably needs no introduction to a lot of us. He's the Pro-Vice Chancellor and the Director of the Lincoln International Business School. So Craig, welcome.
Thank you so much, Tricia. I don't know about you, but I think I've already had about half a dozen conversations in the last half an hour or so that I've not had at all in the last 18 months. So isn't it marvellous to see so many people here again, so many new friends, some old friends, and new connections I have. And as Rishi says, for those of you who don't know us, and hopefully most of you do by now, the university really, as part of its mission, is connection, the connect that we make with each other, the connect that we make most of all with our region and our city. This really is part of the DNA of the university. For those of you who knew how we were founded, it was created by our region, and that's relatively unusual, actually, for a university. The region felt it needed us here, and so we are an integral part of our region, and the growth and the health and the resilience of our community, of this region and of this city, is absolutely at the heart of what we're doing here as a university. We have recently developed our industrial research strategy. We have developed 6 themes that we believe our region, and indeed our international community, needs of us. One of those is healthcare. So to emphasise Richie's point, and really the importance of the connections that we'll make today in this important agenda, that is at the heart of what we're doing as a university. And it's great to see that hopefully some of you will take the opportunity to come and see our new medical school a little bit later on today, which I think probably is the most recent symbol of that connection. But of course, we also have now the Centre for Organisational Resilience, which Professor Dean Fathers leads, which I'm just about to introduce you in a second. And that also means that we as a business school are showing our connection between the leadership, the organisation elements, and the healthcare, wellness and well-being, both of individuals and the organisations that they work in. So this really is such a symbolic event, both in terms of its subject, but also kind of the renaissance, or being the phoenix, the first event that many of us have been to since the terrible few months that we've had access to. I also wear the Skills Ambassadors hat for the Institute of Directors, and some of the work that we're doing today, that we'll announce a little bit later on, is in partnership with the Institute of Directors. So we'll be talking a bit about that later. But today, in terms of that resilience and leadership, for me, one of the things about the resilience and the innovation in healthcare is that it puts at its heart a set of values that we, I think, can subscribe to. The values, indeed, of resilience and innovation, but also of inclusion, of sustainability, of connectedness, of partnering, of kindness to the individual. And I think these are all values that we will hear time and time again today, as well, of course, as the fantastic innovations that are going on in the healthcare sector. And I would urge you all to think about these values as being something that actually it is worth fighting for as we go through this period of renaissance over the next week and coming months. Anyway, I don't do very much today. The team has put this event together. Really hard work, actually, getting this in place over the last few months. The university is not the most active place over the summer months. And having put this event together, worked so hard on it, it's already going to be a success. So thank you, team. I'll come back to that a little bit later on. Suffice to say, we have two people who are going to run the event, certainly not going to be me, and there is nobody better placed, actually, to do this. So I'd like now just to introduce briefly my two colleagues who are going to be taking us through today. Again, I don't think either of them need particular introduction, so I'll keep it brief. So first of all, we have Chris O'Neill, who describes himself. I said, what do I say about you? And he said, well, just call me a shiny-trousered pencil pusher. So I said, okay, there it is done. Actually, more concretely, Chris works for the Health Partnership up in the Humber region and is responsible for strategy for them. So again, no better place for him to be today than helping us through this. And of course, my colleague, Professor Dean Fathers, Chair of the Centre of Resilience, Professor of Resilience at the university, and of course, I think fair to say, a legend in the healthcare sector in this region and nationally. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dean and Chris, who will be taking us through today. Guys, do you want to come up?
Right, good morning everybody. Thanks for that introduction, Craig, that's fantastic. Great to be here. You're all wondering who that young person is up on the picture behind me. I think that was taken maybe 3-4 years ago. Clearly COVID has taken a tough toll on me, and the tie's gone. What do I do? Just to kind of expand on what Craig said there, I'm a director with the Humber Coast and Vale Health and Care Partnership. That catastrophically fails the Ronseal test from a geographical point of view. Who on earth knows what Humber Coast and Vale refers to? It actually refers to North and North East Lincolnshire, Hull and East Yorkshire, York and North Yorkshire. Why didn't we just say that? But it is a health and care partnership. It is a partnership with all the health and care organisations in that large geography. And I think it shares a lot of the challenges that this area, the Lincolnshire area, shares in terms of rural, coastal communities, the difficulties, the particular issues associated with providing effective health and care services to those communities and to post-industrial northern towns. So I'm very keen on collaboration, obviously, within our own area, and also keen on collaboration across broader areas. So I'm delighted to be here today. I'm hoping that later on I can share some of my thoughts, my hopes, and I'm afraid my fears about where we're going in the health and care sector. So more of that later on. I want to hand over to Dean.
Thank you, Chris. This is the first time I've seen a mic not covered over by a screen as it's been handed over and disinfected. It's wonderful to see you all here today. This is the first meeting I think that I'll have gone to in 18 months where I've not had to put £1 into the mute jar for forgetting to unmute myself in a conversation. So hopefully the microphone won't fail now I've said that and will be plunged into silence. The introduction that Craig gave was absolutely phenomenal. I'm still trying to work out what a legend is. I think it's something that goes alongside a map, but I'm not certain if that really describes me accurately. But Humber Coast and Vale is obviously something which I've managed to get round and get Chris down here to do. And it's great that we're doing this in partnership with so many of our key employers. One of the partners that we did have engaged today was actually North Kesteven Academy. And at this moment, we weren't supposed to be listening to Chris and I. We were supposed to be having a performance, which Alice had, thank you Alice, had fantastically enabled. We had 4 young actors, young thespians, who developed a phenomenally good, entertaining performance for you, and the consequence of that was what we were going to do was pose you a question afterwards which says, what do you take from that? So I won't ask you that question now. I don't think it's really fair. But unfortunately, one of the performers came down with COVID and they thought it was appropriate to self-isolate, and therefore you've got me. Apologies. They were much better, I promise you. The consequence of that, however, is I'm going to go into a slide and just share with you a few thoughts and put the context of the day. So Craig has rightly put the context of the university into the health system. As Craig announced, I chair the Centre for Organisational Resilience, and whilst it is for any organisational system, we are very much focused in on safety critical environments. So defence, as Rishi pointed out, the last LIBS Connect was in the defence space. We like working with safety critical industries, and there's, in health, a fair degree of risk, and therefore there is an element of need for our work within that sector as well. And so I wanted to particularly put the context between our work today and something I know Elena, my colleague in the centre, is going to do at a moment, by just putting an environmental context together. And if I can share a slide with you, hopefully, there we go. That will enable us to just see some of the challenges, some of the complexities that the health system is going through, and why today is so important, really. So one of the things that we've recognised as we've gone through the pandemic is we could not have survived if it hadn't have been for technology. Technology has enabled us to actually share, communicate and understand how to do business in a completely different way. But that technology didn't materialise the day before the pandemic. It's been developed, it's been enabled more effectively as a result of the pandemic. But that technology is going to revolutionise our lives. And that technology is going to revolutionise the way that we receive healthcare and fundamentally challenge what we conceive as place. So a quick history lesson, in terms of people. People think that the National Health Service is about 70 odd years old, and it suffered a very important milestone 70 plus years ago, because it was at that point that it actually became a paid for service. But the structure fundamentally of the health system was created because of the King's Fund's work, and because of the fact that, having recognised the negative impact on the healthcare system of the First World War, and predicting that the Second World War was about to come to our shores, and we weren't going to be defendable against aircraft, we immediately thought in the 1930s we needed a health system to respond to rapid evacuation of casualties. And so much of the health system was built through public subscription, through local district general hospitals, through enabling health services to work around a geography called place nowadays. It's ironic that the NHS has just invented this thing called place, as though it's a new miracle. But we've got place importantly established, and with place came concrete, structure, form, and a system which was resilient to emergency, but wasn't necessarily resilient to us as individuals being at the centre of it. It was the centre of our health system, and we went to it. And that's fundamentally challenged as a result of technology. There's a brilliant book which says, its title is called The Patient Will See You Now, which is, I think, a really disruptive book, but it really sits at the back of my mindset, in that this technology puts the human right at the centre. And many of the current initiatives going on, such as Health on the High Street, is about putting our services into places which are more accessible for where we as individuals want to be. And because of technology, we're actually able now to put that patient, that service user, the citizen, the human, as I like to think of myself, as the point of care for all the system to work around, not the other way around. And so with the advances of mass data, the speed of processing, we're now able to analyse our genome type, we're able to actually predict the nature of diseases in a micro level, and as a result we can understand that the nature of our clinical and medical advice is going to have to change as they adapt to how that new technology is going to enable them to be better informed, more quickly informed, and therefore more responsive, or even better, more proactive about caring for us. What we've also got to do is recognise that at the other side, looking through the telescope, we've got to work in the workplace, and that's fundamentally the foundation of where the centre is working, because where we work has a massive impact on our mental health and our physical well-being. And we were founded on the principles of a report called Thriving at Work, which demonstrated the negative impact of poor mental health in the workplace that was created not because of the poor resilience of individuals, but because of the bad governance of leaders in those organisations. So this is very much a governance tool, a governance model that directors and leaders of organisations have got to get right in order to create sustainable, performance-driven organisations, but performance-driven in a different way to what performance used to be. Our measures of success are fundamentally going to change. And of course that place of work then sits into a wider environment called our community, and it's that community that we're trying to really replicate now within the new structures of the health system, so that we're actually starting to think in an integrated care system way. And so that's the context for the day. What we're going to try to do is look at how innovation is getting people to change their mindsets, to give them new ways of working, new ways of thinking, new ways of educating, and enabling people to live longer, healthier, happier for a foreseeable future. So on that point, I will hand over to Taz, who will introduce our connected speakers.
Thank you, Dean. I'm just going to use the mic on the plinth, if that's okay. So actually, just before I sort of get into Connect Ed, I just want to let you know that we are sort of using a bit of software called Slido.com, and what you can do is, this is going to help sort of facilitate some engagement later on in the event, in terms of some Q&A, etc. So the password for this will be LIBS Connect. So it's a simple bit of software. You can sort of jump onto Slido.com onto your phones, and the password is LIBS Connect, and that will then just get you ready in preparation for the Q&A later on there. And we'll remind you again later on, and the slide will be able to actually provide those instructions as well. So when it comes to Connect Ed, we've got a great lineup for you. And before I sort of introduce all the speakers to you, I just want to sort of provide a little bit of sort of background to how we sort of got here. So all the themes for today are sort of connected to, or originate really from our Resilient Lincolnshire series, which we ran over the sort of last, over 2020, really. So, and it all started sort of at the beginning of the pandemic, and its purpose was to support local businesses and, importantly, be a voice for them to share their sort of thoughts and experiences with the business community there. And we help sort of facilitate that by bringing people together. We actually ran about, I think it was over 30 webinars over the summer. And we looked at sort of range of sort of different businesses and different sort of issues and themes that our business community was talking about effectively. So out of this actually emerged certain themes. And those themes we actually evolved sort of connecting global thought leaders on these specific themes that were sort of drawn out. And we're talking about resilience, responsible, emotional, and technological leadership, effectively. These are the key elements that our audience was interested in. So we were sort of in a fortunate position to be able to connect our local business to global thought leaders on that basis. And that was sort of at the end of last year there. And continuing from that, we developed, with the help of GLEP and the Centre for Organisational Resilience, we developed a paper, which actually I will send you a link post this event, actually, so you can have a sort of read of that, which actually summarises the conversations and discussions that took place during the global sort of discussions that we had on those particular themes there. However, so that brings us to where we are today. So Connect Head, and we're sort of connecting these themes back into this event, and our Connect Head speakers are going to help sort of take this one step further and move the conversation forward as well. So I would like to introduce our speakers for this morning. So first up will be Professor Elena Anta-Akapolo, who will cover actually two areas, resilient leadership and responsible leadership there. Elena actually ran the masterclass earlier this year on resilient leadership there, and our colleagues, Professor Matthias Ball and Dr. Andy Brooks, ran responsible, but Elena's kindly offered to sort of cover that off today for us there. Fortunately, our colleagues couldn't be with us there today. The resilience element there, when we look at it, is not just reserved for moments of sort of crisis, like the pandemic, for example, but it's a capability that's required on basically on a daily basis in different situations in life there, and I'm sure Elena will sort of touch on those elements within her talk. As I said, Elena will also cover off the leadership, responsible leadership element there, and also in this area, as leaders, we make decisions which affect us all, and subsequently actually can affect generations that are coming up behind us as well. So being a responsible citizen may mean actually making quite difficult decisions, but from those difficult decisions, a lot of positives can come out of it as well. After Elena, we're going to have Dr. Hilary Duckett come up. And Hilary ran the emotional leadership masterclass again earlier this year. And again, we're all familiar with IQ, but EQ is equally as important when we're looking at emotional leadership there. And whether you're a leader or not, the ability to be able to connect with your fellow staff, colleagues, and have that sort of meaningful, productive relationship is actually quite key in the workplace there, and in, again, life in general as well. And then finally, we've got Dr. David Twigg, who reflects on leadership in technology and innovation, and again, David ran the masterclass earlier this year, and this time he'll sort of explore innovation sort of through collaboration of technology users there in terms of the demand of using technology and subsequently how it tends to continue to sort of evolve there. So that's me, and without further ado, I shall invite Elena up to the stage with her guests.
It's a great pleasure to be with you today, and I feel extremely privileged to be asked to not only address the two areas, but to introduce my special guests, David Evison and Brian Laurie, both from Accra. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will say a few words and then invite you to present ARCO and the pioneering work they're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are physically making a stance together about the future we want to be part of. And what makes the opportunity for us to focus on different ways of leadership and leading is because leadership is a way of life. Oh. Doesn't look as if I have my slides. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Taras. Excellent. So, we characterize our days and the situation that we're finding ourselves in as a sea change. There's another word that seems to be dominating our vocabulary, VUCA. That derives, in fact, from the military, where their life and their sense of everydayness is all about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The first message I want to leave you with as we connect our new ways of thinking with our new ways of living is that we can no longer engage in this new world with sea changes by insisting on managing change as we used to. We have to radically change the way we change. We have to learn to be the water that wears the stone, as Thomas Kennedy has said. This means we have to learn to persist. But persist for what? For who we are, what we do, and why what we do makes a difference, is my second message. This invites us to learn to anchor in new ways. And I know that the notion of anchoring is a big issue within the NHS, not only as a means of offering stability, safety, salvation, hope, but I would like to suggest to you that what today you will see in the organizations that we are profiling, this capacity to anchor on impact, if we understand impact to mean improving action. So when we are anchoring in ever-changing scenes, we have to understand what place means. This is more than just the location. Of course, it is the people that make the place, but it is their placement that defines the positioning that makes this place unique. And it is, as I will show you, the emplacement, in other words, the stance that makes the real difference and where impact can begin to be developed. So we define emplacement as taking a stance and standing up for what we stand for. Fundamentally, human dignity, which is often misplaced, violated, and not least done so in the place of safety that we call work. That's why, over these last 12 months, I had the privilege to work with Dean, with Sally and Holly, to help develop a new way of thinking in advancing the field of organizational resilience and the leadership implications therein. And we're delighted to share with you the focus of this framework on emplacement as the connecting source, enabling us to understand how we translate our values and value added in a set of virtues that allows us to have clarity about why we do what we do in the way we do it, how our conduct shows our consistency in how we deliver things, but that we remain clear about the candor and conscience that enables us to navigate the unknown. And that couldn't be more fundamental in the ways in which we are changing ourselves and defining the future we want to be part of. I couldn't imagine a better organization to help illustrate what this means in practice than ARCO, because they had to make, as you will hear in a minute, several tough decisions. The only thing I want to leave you with is that if we approach our engagement with uncertainty, which is exactly what we're all faced with right at this minute, when we don't really know what we do, then I would say come and talk to us, because the Center for Organizational Resilience is launching leadership development programs that are helping individuals, teams, and organizations to navigate the unknown and command it by translating VUCA into feeling safe, being vulnerable, remaining unnerved as you navigate the unknown, using candor in making effective choices, and if you want agility, to remain awakened is significant. That's why finding new ways to steer our curiosity, enhance our confidence, renew our commitment by remaining courageous become fundamental principles of living and leading a life that is all about making a positive contribution. So, before we come to that, I'd like to invite Argo to illustrate what this means in practice. And if I can help, get some help, maybe their slides can be put up, please. Thank you. You have some slides that I want to take. Yes. No. Sure why it's not coming on actually.
Might actually be able to just say reboot.
Sorry about this, folks.
Shall I just make a start?
Just make a start.
I'll get that sorted. Morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? So first thing, there's two parts that I want to talk about today. I'm going to introduce a little bit about ARCO and what gives us the right to stand on this stage today. And I'm going to pass over to Brian to vector to life, particularly with some examples over the last 18 months and connection into the healthcare. So for those who don't know ARCO, we're experts in safety. And what does that mean? Well, probably three things. So we provide training and consultancy. We do some. We actually do it in practice. So we rescue people off London Eye if you get stuck up at London Eye. We provide expert advice into the industry, and probably the most visible thing for those who know us in Hull is that we've got our own supply chain that starts in China and finishes with a 400,000 square foot distribution centre in Hull, which is sort of the point we distribute a lot of protective equipment to keep people safe across the UK, and we're the leading supplier of product into the UK marketplace. But actually that's not what we're here to talk about today. The part, we've got it, brilliant, thank you. The part, can we just go back a slide, please? The bit that I want to talk about today is about the business. We've been around for 135 years. We're a family-owned business. We're very much this region-centric, so out of our 1,700 people, half of them are employed within this region. And I think there's some real live examples of why ARCO still is here and exists that are very relevant to the debate today. So if we can just flip over to the next slide. There's 5 areas that I'm going to pull out about what makes us different and what demonstrates the resilience of Arco as a business. So the first thing is we have a real clear purpose. We are experts in safety. So everything we do hangs around that. That makes us different from other box shifters in the business. We do it, we provide it, we demonstrate it, and we absolutely live that throughout the business. The second thing is we're very, very much colleague focused. And that's put us in real good stead through many, many scenarios and issues that we face as a business. Ranges back to the pandemic, where we have over 80 people trained as mental health first aiders across the business. And that was a brilliant asset that allowed us to manage our colleagues through the pandemic. And it flips right to the other side. We had a sad loss of an individual in one of our teams a couple of weeks ago, and the support that the business has to manage the teams and the families through those difficulties is credit to the colleague focus that we have within the business. The third area, and I think it's been called out, is we'll make a stance. So we have a real social responsibility. So we led the Wilberforce Summit on modern day slavery. We made it really clear about what our intent is. We're a member of the ETI, the Ethical Trade Initiative, back in 2007, and we engage teams across our supply chain that make sure that not only we can uphold those values, but we make a stance about those values. The fourth area is we absolutely recognise our responsibility in the communities that we trade. And yeah, you can see on the slide here many of the things that we did, and just as a couple of examples of what that means, there's probably 3 areas that we focus on in the community. One is we have wide-ranging corporate sponsorships. So we've just signed up to be in our 12th year of a lead sponsor for the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. Not only though, we don't generally look at those responsibilities of just giving cash. We've worked with the Yorkshire Air Ambulance about the kit that the pilots and the paramedics wear. The second area is we'll work with local communities, but again to make a difference. So as an example, we funded some money into the Samaritans, but we did that to provide an e-learning solution to train their specialists to make sure that they can respond to people who call in. The third area, though, is we engage our colleagues to make a difference. And no better example for me is during the pandemic, we went to our colleagues and asked them what great causes they think they would like us to support. And we did it in 2 tranches, and we nearly had 100 colleagues nominate great causes in the communities we work. And for every one of those 100 causes, we gave £1,000. And it was one of the best things that we've done to see the feedback at the grassroots of what we've been able to do. And I guess the final thing for me is the importance of the family. We're a family-owned business, we're in our 5th generation. And what that means is that we can put these elements first and before the outcome, the profit of the business. And I hope you realise I've not stood up here and talked about one number about what Arco is, despite being the largest provider of PPE in the UK. That family history means that we can be true to the values, we can be true to the stances we want to make, and our chairman was in front of the parliamentary committees around the response to the pandemic. We can do those things and take a long-term stance in what's important to us as a business. Okay, so I could talk all day about the business, but what I think is really important is I'm going to pass over to Brian to take to life what those values mean and our approach to business. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, David. As David's alluded to, he's talked a bit about the business. What I'd like to focus on now is the pandemic and our response to the pandemic. You may be sat there thinking, as a PPE provider, we must have been rubbing our hands with glee at the moment the pandemic struck. Far from it. Our immediate thought as the pandemic arose was whether our business was indeed going to be sustainable. Nobody knew how it would unfold. And we immediately focused on our people. Our first priority was our 1,700 colleagues, how we could protect those colleagues and how we could engage those colleagues to keep the business going. We moved from a business that, if we are honest, when we look back and reflect, was at times very conservative and moved at a slow pace, and became a business virtually overnight that became incredibly agile. So we moved at pace to create cross-functional teams, to enable almost half of our colleagues to work from home in the space of a 2-week period. We wrapped our arms around our infrastructure, so our sites like our National Distribution Centre. We implemented very stringent controls as to who could and could not go onto those sites. As a good example, David and I could not go onto those sites because we were not critical to their operation. We provided all of our colleagues with PPE for themselves and for their families. And as David's alluded to, mental health became a very big priority. We trained all of our mental health first aiders, and we trained every people manager in our business in mental health. Second area just to touch upon is how we protected our customers. We at the point the pandemic struck, so March 2020, we had £44 million worth of stock in our distribution centre in Hull. We could have sold that stock overnight. First real tough decision we took as a business was not to sell that stock. So our view was that we had long-term relationships with many customers across industry sectors, including healthcare, and it would be irresponsible for us to deviate from supporting those existing customers and to capitalise on this new, unique, and inverted commas, opportunity. So our message to our customers was, we will sustain our supply chain, we'll continue to honour existing commitments, and we'll say no to new business. In conjunction with that, given the global demand for PPE, we sought about scaling our supply chain. So the image of the jumbo jet here, that was one of 6 747s that we chartered from China. The people in front of it are our team based in China. And we set them about scaling our capability as global demand for PPE became unprecedented. That stock we then prioritised by, in our view, social value. We looked at our societal value. Where should we allocate that stock to? And our priority was frontline responders, so we engaged with healthcare. And then infrastructure. So what were the organisations within the UK that needed PPE to function now in this new world, and how did we get stock to them? We managed to scale significantly, many hundreds of millions of masks, etc., and we were able to play a credible role in supporting the frontline responders of the UK in their hour of most critical need. And just to bring that to life, there's one case study that might be interesting. So NHS Scotland, and I've not just used this one because I'm Scottish, it's a good case study, became a key partner of our and actually were incredibly easy to deal with. And to give some context, you'll all have read in the press and seen in the news the complexity and challenge of dealing with DHSE. Part of that challenge was driven by very complex supply chains, very complex procurement systems, a team of more than 500 internal colleagues managing the procurement of PPE, an array of consultants, MOD involvement. To contrast that, the procurement of PPE in Scotland was managed by 2 people. You know, they've had one hell of a job on in the last 18 months, but 2 people, really simple, really clear, and it enabled us to engage and create really good relationships, to nurture that relationship and to provide a great service. And just to touch on some of the things we did, the UK make element, China and the Far East became very complex. There was global demand in China, price inflation was rampant in the hundreds of percent. America was consuming much of volume, and actually there was a huge drive for indigenous supply. And what NHS Scotland did was they, working with us and working with a number of our manufacturing partners, set up and established and part-funded manufacture of PPE in Scotland. And they see that, and we see that, not just as a short-term supply chain solution, but a long-term plan. So UK Make became incredibly important to our relationship. Social value also became critical. NHS Scotland could see that the charitable sector in particular was really struggling at this juncture, and they set about becoming a conduit between industry and charitable sector to ensure that charities could continue. And so, as part of our values and how we operate in local communities, we funded, as a charity in Scotland, Action for Children. We funded 2 carers for Action for Children, so that they could continue the great work they were doing with underprivileged children in Scotland. We constantly focused on added value. How could we, the ultimate anathema to us as leaders of ARCO is when someone describes us as box shifters. We do far more than that. We add safety, expertise, every touch point with our customers. And in Scotland, we invested massively in bringing that expertise to the trusts, or to the boards as they're called in Scotland. So we took on an extra 40 people in total. We trained those people to a level of capability and competence and knowledge and safety, particularly related to COVID risk and hazard. And we implanted those people into the trusts in Scotland. So they made a huge difference to our teams. Long-termism, David's alluded to it, we're 136-year-old as a business. We're not about short-term profiteering. We set from the outset to build a long-term partnership with NHS Scotland, and we're now in negotiations to extend our contract into a 4-year deal based on those relationships. In terms of tough decisions, I'm getting waved aside to say I'm almost up. In terms of tough decisions, one of the toughest decisions we had to take in this whole process was very early on, late March 2020, we had an opportunity with DHSE to supply 80 million masks. And that's a substantive order in anyone's eyes. We took a decision not to supply that and to walk away. And the reason was that the terms through which we would have had to have signed up would ultimately have risked our business. So there was a clause in the small print of those contracts that said unlimited liability. And as a business that employs 1,700 people, and is a force for good, and as a credit to the family that have nurtured and developed the business, we didn't feel we could do that. And if you look at some of the problems that have happened through supply to NHS England, much of it was self-inflicted. And it's an awful lot easier for a business that has no credibility in PPE, has no expert knowledge on safety, to sign up to onerous terms like that, because you don't have much of a business to lose. But we did, and we made that tough choice. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ryan and David, for your very open and thorough overview. Do we have time for a clarification question? Are there any clarification questions from the floor before we proceed? Yes, sir.
I think it should be applauded. It's a wonderful example. And so many times we hear about the difference between the British economy and the German economy. It's like we order all over Germany, and I don't feel that so many in this country, multi-generational, driven with a very specific focus. 6 years ago, I had the misfortune to sign up to a company without the longevity of yours that does capital products and keeping it going. Wonderful company, been going years, great to deal with. 2 years after we got my 8-year-old signature, they sold out to venture capitalists. My God, did that company change overnight? And I think there's a frustration on my part. There's too many of our political class when they retire and go on to work for venture capitalists. I would love a clause in a contract, a long contract, that says, if this company sells to a venture capitalist or someone like that, you can rip the contract up and walk away. So you should be applauded.
Great comment. Thank you. And it is this kind of acknowledgement by the rest of us that fuels the opportunity to maintain taking a stance is a very clear mark of our leadership, organizationally and individually. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, David, one more time. Thank you. It is now my very great pleasure to introduce the second theme on responsible leadership. And I'd like to invite at this stage James Pinchbeck to join me. And of course, the remaining of the team is sat in the central table in Sandra McDonough, her husband Chris, and Anne Saunders, her nurse. We are purposefully inviting them. James, please come and join me. We are inviting them to stay seated. As you will see, they will demonstrate in the second part of this theme their pioneering work. And it makes for a very good preamble to the emotional leadership piece, because I have to forewarn you that when I was privileged enough to see a demonstration, I was reduced to tears. But let me hold it together as I introduce responsible leadership. At the LIBS, the Lincoln International Business School, we are dedicated and actively honor the UN Sustainability Development Goals in promoting and actively delivering responsible management education and responsible management as a practice. Our focus, and what my colleagues have previously presented, was making the case for understanding responsibility as going beyond token gestures like corporate social responsibility initiatives, or what otherwise is widely known and understood as greenwashing. Today, I want to show you how our research is extending the understanding of what responsible leadership means in action by making the case for greater understanding of the connections that define our ability to respond. And this is my way of playing with words maybe, but there is a very substantial message in understanding response ability as our collective responsibility. Now, the issue that I want to highlight is, you've heard in the introduction that Ruchi and indeed Craig had both given how emphatic we are in LIBS and in the Center for Organizational Resilience in understanding connectivity. And there was an issue in the framework that I've introduced, which I want to specifically draw attention to. And this is our emphasis on entanglement. In a minute, I will be able to show you the slides, but my focus here is to sensitize you that when we speak of connections, and for those of you who are interested in scientific developments, there is a whole body of work taking place in advancing systems thinking through quantum physics and mechanics in understanding connectivity as entanglement. And entanglement means, as I will show you, the capacity not only to coexist, but to co-create. And this process of co-creation is what enables the development of impact that we want to participate in. Now, the key issue, of course, as we get entangled, is to understand that our ways of embracing health as our collective wealth also needs to change. What that implies is that the way in which we understand health is now not only our personal responsibility, but something that we create collectively, because we do affect each other's health. And I think COVID and all the safety measures we're already enforcing is an illustration of that. But there is another more fundamental issue that underlines entanglement and our influence and codependence. So we want to move beyond understanding relationships as interdependencies, but understanding relationships as oneness. Now, if you start from the point of oneness, your reference is not trying to find solutions to a problem, what we in the Center for Organizational Resilience refer to a deficit orientation, but instead to move beyond that and place the common good, as the foundation for your ability to respond and the responsibility that defines the stance you take. So the essence of what you will see today in iGuide, a wonderful and very pioneering initiative, and in a minute Chris will disseminate some flyers so that you can all have a much more tangible experience, have the demonstration of what all of this means, is that we see what enables the development of responses to health, in this case Parkinson, by the patient who chooses to take personal responsibility to improve their health by engaging in an entangled relationship with their carers, her husband and her nurse, in order to develop a pioneering new device. So being entangled means being practical and honoring our shared responsibility. So to put all of this in context, and to show you what makes me especially emotional when I present and celebrate case studies like Sandra and iGuide, is to simply say to you that I've spent 25 years as a leadership scholar promoting a new way of thinking about leadership as not about individual heroes, but about our collective acts that mark our leadership in the moment. And this is what makes me very happy when I have the opportunity to build on case studies I previously published to celebrate ordinary people who do extraordinary things. And I could give you a number of other case examples to illustrate the point. But I just want to stop here to remind you that in this framework, there are no arrows in the connections of the various elements. That's not coincidental. That is an illustration of what entanglement means. And that is exactly why where we are honing our focus in the center is to really understand the connection that we need to activate between making a common good, our common sense, our common wealth, and the common world we want to inhabit. The slides here are just a reminder that this notion of oneness draws from Thich Nhat Hanh and the idea of interbeing. And that interbeing offers us a way of partnering for impact because we no longer see distinctions between shareholders and stakeholders, but we're actually embedding intra and entrepreneurship as a way of demonstrating our leadership. And Sandra is an amazing example of that in action. But to introduce iGuide and to give a little bit background of the story, it is my great pleasure to introduce James.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be here. First time in a live audience in 18 months. And I've remembered to put suit trousers on, not wear a t-shirt. Though I do hasten to add, I did wear chinos and a proper shirt all throughout lockdown. For those that attended the last session of LIBS Connect, I think we could have learned an awful lot from that. Who knew in the start of 2020 we were going to face a pandemic? No business, I think, had that on a risk register, even if they had a risk register. And that sense of purpose that I think we learned from the mix of learning what business leaders can do well and what the military leaders in the Connect, I think, was a vital lesson, much to be didn't realise was going to put in practice in the last 18 months. It is my pleasure to be here today, and I will explain my connection with iGuide in due course. The picture behind You wonder what that is. Well, I want to illustrate that innovation is not the sole domain of those technically suited or qualified to undertake the same, or with a business that has an established R&D department. Often new ideas come from problem solving, that individuals sit there and wonder, how can I make my life better? Or this is a problem. I know I've sat at home many a time, and many years ago I thought, how about actually a washing machine and dryer that was in one? Somebody had already thought of that. But in this scenario, the individual actually came up with a solution to a problem that nobody had really thought about. And the case in hand is iGuide. Sandra McDonough, the inventor, founder and CEO of iGuide, was diagnosed with Parkinson's on the eve of her 40th birthday. That was 19 years ago. Her symptoms rapidly worsened. And to the extent that some 19 years later, Sandra faced a problem that actually her medication was at the highest level. Clinically, medically, there was little that could be done to improve her life. Going home, she realised that actually, I don't want to be like this. As you see from the picture, that's her laboratory, the wheelchair and desk. The where she invented and developed iGuide is Chris's garage. I do like the motorbike, Chris. I hope you've still got room for that. And as a consequence, she wants to make her life better, but also that all those people that were suffering with Parkinson's. So from her laboratory, she developed iGuide. It is truly a remarkable achievement for someone who, prior to having Parkinson's, was a payroll clerk and has no prior experience or knowledge or in terms of product development, let alone the creation of a medical equipment device. A device which I hope and I know will improve the quality of life for the over 10 million people worldwide with Parkinson's, and in the UK over 140,000 people with Parkinson's. In Greater Lincoln there are no definitive numbers, but we estimate there's around 4,000 people who are suffering with Parkinson's. So, perhaps you're wondering why I'm here, and I'm beginning to wonder that now myself, and I've got to talk about what I'm doing here. Well, through the 10 by 10 Growth Accelerator programme run by Russell Copley of Greenborough Management, Sandra engaged with a programme of accelerated support for the development of her business idea and plan. Part of that process involved engaging with a business mentor. Now, what do? You ask a busy person. Russell said to me, James, would you do this? I go, well, I haven't got any time and I don't know why I should do it, but go on, yes. And the reason why I'm doing it, that's not quite true, because my father had Parkinson's. So there's a real sense of belief and purpose in what Sandra was doing. And when she demonstrated it, there was no shortage of decision or quick decision to make was, yes, I will work with you, Sandra. That 10 by 10 programme concluded over a year ago now, at least a year ago. And I decided, well, Sandra is infectious. She gets people around her and makes a difference. And you all want that sense of purpose with the iGuide and the work that she's doing. You can't say no to Sandra. And we all want to make it to work. So I continued. And this is on a voluntary basis. And the irony is, didn't realise till last night, we actually hadn't met till last night. But we've carried on working together to develop the business. As I say, I think it is because there's a compelling sense of purpose and vision, and a sense of doing something for the good of all, not just pure profit. I know on that first meeting when I met Sandra, I said, right, I've got a blank checkbook. If I give you £10 million, will you give me the IP? The answer was no, because Sandra and her team are in for the long haul and making the lives of Parkinson's sufferers better, and also other people with different medical conditions. Our focus over that period of time is looking at how we develop the business, but this is built on the real commercial acumen of two individuals who, prior to this starting the setting up of iGuide, had no commercial experience in starting or running a business. This process has involved bringing in the expertise of all around, and I think that's one thing we'll take away from today's presentations, that actually businesses aren't developed in silos by one individual. We all need to draw on the expertise of wider audiences and people. And through working with the university in particular, Sandra has benefited from the productivity programme from the University of Lincoln, and now we're looking to work with the medical school on clinical trials. Rather than talk more about this, I'm now delighted to welcome Anne Saunders, who's a Parkinson's nurse specialist and has worked with Sandra both as a nurse, looked after her for a long period of time, but he now is also a member of the organisation and driving forward with iGuide. Following Alan's presentation, we'll also be delighted to welcome up Sandra to demonstrate and talk about her own experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Oh, this feels scary. Good morning, my name's Anne Saunders. I'm a Parkinson's nurse specialist, and I've known San, I call her San, she's always been San to me, for 7 years now. I started out as her nurse, and she was my very first Parkinson's patient. When I met San, she was in a very sorry state. She was very poorly. She had very advanced Parkinson's. She was very debilitated with her symptoms, and not only physically but mentally very poorly. I walked in there and didn't expect to be here 7 years later at her side as a director of iGuide, that's for sure. She's an inspiration really, and she came into my clinic always with a smile on her face and very determined that she was going to make herself better. She came in with various gadgets, from a TENS machine on her arm that sent her pulse rate through the roof, to a golf club with lights, and various other devices over the years that we've known each other. She came, I think the eureka moment was when she came in and she had this guide on her face, and I was like, what's that? And she's like, I'm going to show you my party trick. And she took it off, and she couldn't speak, and she couldn't walk, and I was blown away. And I said to her, this is not something that you can keep to yourself. You have to do something with this. You can change so many people's lives. So I booted her up the bum, and she went on to develop iGuide. I think it's safe to say that, you need to see it to believe it. So I'll hand you over to San, and she'll talk a little bit, and then we'll give you a demonstration, which we will come down the steps and do, because I don't feel it's safe to do it up here. San?
Hello, I am Sandra McDonough, and you're business people, you know what you're doing. I'm a layman, but for iGuide, we had to do something. I've known Anne for 7 years, my husband for 37 years, he's been my carer, he's been everything. James become a friend. Without these people, there's no me, because I wouldn't have been here, because I would have gone far away, because life takes you like that. When you've got Parkinson's advanced as I've got it, you can't see the light sometimes. And so when someone says to you, you've got to put a patch on your eye now, son, and you ask why to this neurologist that knows everything. And he says, because, I've got Hemi's neglect, also with Parkinson. Hemi's neglect is a non-awareness of your left side. So now as I speak to you, if I didn't have the guide on, the two people sat here that mean so much to me mean nothing. I would literally stand like that. I eat off the right side of my plate, I would draw off the right side of the paper. Now with the guide on, no problem. I'm back the same as you. But the thing is that you can do so much. When Anne said to me, you've got to do it, the patch was the last draw. So he said, I said, well, what do you want? What do you want from me? He said, you've just got to wear it. So I went home, I spoke to my husband, and I said to him, I'm not going to wear it. I can't do it anymore. So he said, well, what are you going to do? So I said, I don't know yet, but I'm going to do it. And I thought to myself, you know what? if he's played with my eyes, what else can the eyes do? You know, we look at so much, you look at drugs, you throw drugs at everything, and we can't take no more. When we're advanced, we just swallow and swallow and swallow, and we can't do that no more. So I thought, you know what, I'm sitting at home, I might as well do something, and I have insomnia, and that's quite handy really, because at the dead of night, when everyone's asleep, you get on with your work, and no one knows you're doing it, so you can't be told off. And so I started playing, and I started playing with the eyes, and I couldn't get results. I had electrical tape. I went into my husband's garage and started using electrical tape on my glasses, shutting down the eyes to pinprick, so that I could see what the effect would be. And then all of a sudden, my niece came, and I was knitting, and she gave me a knitting marker to put on my knitting. And I said to her, do you know, I love you so much, I'm going to put it on my glasses. I'm going to put it on my left side, just to give me something to look at. Because if you've got Hemi's neglect, you're dead that side. You can't do nothing. So I put it on, and for the first time, I felt total warmth come from her. And I said to my husband, you know what? It's the eyes. The eyes have done it again. So that was it. That was the start of the 2 years playing with my eyes. I've walked into fireplaces, I've walked into foul beds, I've had more migraines than hot dinners. And so I thought, yeah, and then all of a sudden, we started, Chris used to be, I put all these things around my head and made it out. You know, you name it, it had gone on me. You know, how do I do this, how do I do that? And I said to Chris, what do you think? He said, yeah, you're getting there, but I ain't going out with you. So I thought, do you know what, and in a way, that absolutely inspired me on. And so I made it, and I made it smaller and smaller and smaller. And then all of a sudden, on about January 4th, I got it. I got the whole lot. And in February, I had Anne. And I thought, do you know what? I went out, bought a new shirt, I'm going to see Anne. So I went in, and I said to her, I said, Anne, I said, have I got a party trick for you to see? And I just couldn't believe my luck. Her boss was with her. She was having a boss day. So I thought, thank you, God. So I went in, and I took the guide off, and I walked straight into the sink, and put it on. And for the first time, he turned around and he said, my God, there's hope for Parkinson's. I didn't look at it like that. And Anne said, you're just not you're not keeping it, you are sending it out. And I made it selfishly, I made it for me and my husband, because I didn't want him caring for me like he did anymore. And so that was it. It started from there, and then it developed, and we kept it going. And then all of a sudden, we managed to get the business going. I've got our other director, our financial director, she's throwing money at us like this, you don't believe. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for Lincoln University, and I'm not plugging because we're here, honest to God, if it wasn't for them, there is no iGuide. Because if it wasn't for someone like Jane and Russell, who gave us the 10x10, which enabled us to learn over that 10-week period. But then, for James to then say, I'll stay with you, someone like James, the knowledge and the respect that I have for him is incredible, because I don't know nothing. Today, as I walk around you later on, hopefully, the knowledge that I'll pick up from you will take back to our company. The knowledge from you two people, as I was listening to you, well, you know, we could use some of that knowledge, because we don't know. So, you know, this is so important to us today. But I tell you what, I'm going to shut up. And go play. Okay. We have to do it, don't we?
Sandra. I think that standing ovation is well deserved. It's truly inspirational, just what I think we need at this moment in time. This presentation doesn't come without a plug. To succeed, this business needs knowledge and funding. One of the things we're looking at is the scalability of the operation. Sandra would love all Parkinson's sufferers that can benefit from iGuide to have iGuide. She also wants to create a foundation that is lasting to look after people with Parkinson's. There's little in the way of respite care, there's little in specialist care for people with Parkinson's going forward. That knowledge piece I would like to labour given this audience. The knowledge piece is actually, how do we get that product to as many people as possible, not thinking like we did in the past. How can we do it differently? How can we scale that up? And I'm sure there's that knowledge in the room to help us with that. In terms of funding, that model will help then determine a funding strategy. This can't be done purely on retained profits or taking a business forward with what cash it has within that business. But truly inspirational, and I'm sure many of us in the room will want to support Sandra and the team. Thank you, Sandra.
Ladies and gentlemen, if that experience moved you, you are ready to embrace emotional leadership. Over to you, Hilary.
Well, thanks very much to Barbara and the whole team there from iGuide. I really don't know how you follow that, but as Shashi and I will have a go. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. My name's Hilary Duckett, and I haven't long joined the University of Lincoln, so I'm hoping to use the networking event today to try and get to know as many people as I can. And it really ties into the thing that Shashi and I would like to talk to you about today, which is emotional leadership. And the case studies we've had from ARCO and from iGuide have really helped to put to the forefront really the importance of relationships, how important relationships are in making connections between people and in providing a bond, inspiring people really to achieve things that aren't possible on your own. And I think this is the real basis of emotional leadership. I've absolute pleasure to be talking to Shashi today, whose organisation does so much to support healthcare services and healthcare providers and offers so many innovations really in helping those organisations to change and develop. So the way we're going to play it is that we're going to just have a little bit of a conversation and talk about some examples of emotional leadership in practice. But in sense of some of the theories behind emotional leadership, we talked about some of these in the webinar that we did earlier this year. You've got these sort of basic kind of, well not necessarily much basic, but very well-known models by Daniel Goleman on emotional intelligence and how it links into leadership, and also Salovey and Mayer's perspective. But really what they talk about is managing your own emotions in the workplace, and managing the emotions of those around you in order to achieve the best possible results for the organisation and to create this sort of sustainable, responsible organisation that we've heard these two examples really, ARCO and also the iGuide, as being organisations founded on the basis of trying to make a really important difference by networking and by building relationships across the organisation and out with the organisation in order to achieve the best possible results. And these two case studies today have been really phenomenal in that. But when I'm teaching leadership, one thing I always say to the students or participants in whatever forum we have is that most of the theories we have about leadership really come from the United States. And one of the questions I often have is how transferable, how transportable are these models, which have really come from private sector organisations, how transportable are they into other contexts, into other cultures, into other generations, and into different settings, like, for example, healthcare. So I'd just like to start by asking you, Shashi, I mean, in your experience, first of all, are these models culturally transferable, and what examples do you have?
Thank you, Hilary. Let me start by giving a bit of an introduction so that you're not totally in dark where I'm coming from. I used to work for University of Lancaster, where I actually met Craig, and decided to go the entrepreneurial way. Our roots go back to India, and my brother and I'm the only non-medical doctor. I'm a psychologist by profession. Used to work in the field of employee engagement, written a lot on employee engagement, worked with some of the companies as a private consultant. McDonald's was one of them. Till my brother pulled me back to India, we started investing in healthcare. Today we are possibly the second largest hospital chain providing oncology services to the hospitals. And the whole story started with my brother realizing that in the whole of our province in India, there was not a single LINAC. So those of you who don't know what LINAC is, it's an extremely expensive, costs somewhere around in multiple millions of pounds, a radiotherapy treatment machine, which is really state of art. And only in Delhi we had that sort of a machine. We started investing our own money there till an Italian company joined hands with us and started putting their money. It became a joint venture. The emotional intelligence part of the leadership, as we are discussing here today, which is the main focus, is basically the crux that when you're setting up a business itself, it has to be in your DNA. If it's not in your DNA, it is very difficult to later on superimpose an emotional leadership angle to that. So while we have to understand that a business has to work on the business merits, but for us, it was an emotional decision to invest our own money where we wanted to do something out of passion. And we started the organization by just 2 persons. Today we have 7,000 employees in 7 years working for the company. And the largest example which I will give you that how emotional intelligence can be very different in various contexts is the COVID period. When we became very big, all our investments, all our employees, 7,000 of them, work for the healthcare sector. And come 24th of March 2020, Government of India had overnight, that's the single largest decision any government could have ever taken. Overnight on 24th of March, Prime Minister Modi announces a clampdown. No movement of no people anywhere. So the economy came to a stop, but the hospitals were needed. And every one of these 7,000 employees that we are hiring have to go to hospitals. They either are out of job, and if we are not running the hospitals, if something happens, there were not too many COVID patients in India at that time, and it was the first wave which was spreading, and the initiative was to stop that. In such a moment, we had to overnight do things. Our revenue dropped by 2/3, and our cost remained same. This is where real emotional leadership comes in. What are the decisions that you take? How do you run your companies? How do you make people come to work? What sort of responsibilities do you take in? As a family, we did certain things which would be unthinkable of in a regulated, highly regulated health and safety country like we are in UK. To give you an example, we set a WhatsApp group for all our employees. As I said, other than myself, the rest of my family is family of doctors, where we decided that in case you're not able to go to any hospital and you need online consultation, free. These are the WhatsApp group. Any of our families, of our employees who fell sick because they could not be admitted to the hospitals, the hospital infrastructure was not tuned enough to be able to take them. Imagine 1 billion people running to the hospitals. The first thing that we did was take care of yourself. So we created a huge triage system run by the directors and owners of the company itself. The fact that it worked was that we had been taking care of our employees. The people trusted us from the very beginning. So not a single person of our company was fired. No one was removed. At a time when we did not have a system like we have in UK, where government is really paying for people not coming to work. We did not have that option. So all the money went out from the company's funds. On a stage, I can thank my partners. My partners are LIBS Italia, which is an Italian company. I informed them of what's happening. They were ready to take the hit for any expenses. To give an example, for people, we also run a big industrial laundry which provides linen on rent to all the hospitals in Delhi NCR. We are the only company in India which is actually doing that. There were 150 people working, and with no movement of people on the roads, we had to provide housing, we had to provide food, we had to provide everything to these people at our cost when our revenues were actually going down. To give an example, the maximum revenue for a laundry comes from operation theatre linen, which is being washed. There were no surgeries happening at all. Our loads fell down massively, and the only thing which was going to the hospital was the PPE kits, which you were talking about, which are washable PPE kits. We manufacture washable PPE kits also. Our first PPE kits which we were manufacturing were given to our employees, all 7,000 of them. We did not give it to anyone else. They were free of cost given to all of them. And we would wash them, supply them. Not a single person from our company fell sick in the first wave. Not a single person. With no state support, with no furloughs. Every money banked from, right now we are in red, but we are talking about resilience leadership out here. We went on, we raised funds, we sought funds from our partners. We survived the worst possible period that we thought till the second wave hit us. And in second wave, there was not a single person in our company which did not have a person falling sick. Because we had vaccinated all our employees, because they were frontline employees, but their families were not vaccinated. Now, emotional leadership is not about you having connect just with your employees. In a country like India, if you are not connected to their families, you are not connected to your employees at all. They are not going to come to work if their families are sick and there is no one to take care of them, because the state is not taking care of them. So we expanded our network of support to not just our employees, but to their families. Again, we had various groups being formed where if someone in our first wave, no one fell sick, in a second wave, everyone falls sick. And we distributed oximeters, we distributed thermometers to all these families. What needed to be done was 4 times in a day, the WhatsApp group were populated by what their oximeter readings were, what their temperatures were, how were they doing, at what point do you see them into the hospitals. Our hospitals were full. Sadly, there were hundreds and hundreds of employees that fell sick, but gladly, everyone survived. We did not have a single fatality of our employees. For family personally, the only person who died was my brother-in-law. The only person we could not save who ended in a hospital was not our employee. So we took pride in the fact, and people see that. They are not blind. So we have to be very, very sure. Bottom lines are important. We are trying to protect our bottom lines. But for EQ to work, if you ask me, it has to be more than your employees. It has to extend to their families.
Okay, Shashi, that's perhaps a really good example. We've been talking about place today, and the sense that often when we think about emotional leadership, we think about it in the context really of our organisational boundary, don't we? Whereas here we've got a classic example of actually needing to extend that out much further beyond the organisational rules if you're actually going to have a workforce that's able to come to work and function properly. So that's a really good example, I think. I think when we kicked off this morning, I was really interested when Dean was talking about the book, The Patient Will See You Now, and this idea around putting the patient first at the sort of centre of things, which I know has been a theme across the NHS actually for a number of years. But I just imagine, if we're thinking about emotional leadership in healthcare settings, how how can leaders in organisation help to change cultures in that way through this kind of lens of emotional leadership, if you like?
Thank you. Again, many times when you're talking about, I'll keep on talking about bottom lines because they are I'm an investor. And for bottom lines to be protected, we are always saying customers first. But I'm coming from, again, an employee engagement perspective. I've been an employee engagement author. I write and I have white papers on that. For me, it's not really your customers first. It is your employees first, from my perspective. When I'm an employer, when I'm a business person, if I take care of my employees in the emotional manner that I have taken care of, I think the same sort of emotions get transferred to the customers, in this case, the patients. So the only difference which I see between my organization and many other organizations which are out there, we do not make a hell lot of a profit. But what we are very proud of is that the patient care that we are providing in our hospitals is being done by employees, and they range from, we hire employees on a very low pay scale of which are healthcare workers to very senior on-call surgeons, which are, you're talking about their pay scale being more than 200,000 pounds a year. Is the sort of pay scales we are talking about for these persons. But one thing which is common to all of them, and I can say it with my hand on my heart, is that the real care is being taken by the care workers. And we really take good care of our care workers. If these care workers are well taken care of, they almost pass on the same sort of organizational citizenship behavior to their workplace. That's the difference. So you have to, there's no other way out but to take care of them. You have to really sacrifice some of your profits for that, for long-term gains, for long-term growth of the organization, is my experience.
Okay, thanks, Sashi. So I think when Arco were talking about this idea around performance management, how we might see that differently, it's really around emotional leadership, being focused around looking after, first and foremost, everybody that works with you in your organisation to ensure that they're giving the maximum kind of benefit then out with to patients or customers or however we want to define them. So taking care of, your organisation as a family in a sense is a key aspect really of seeing emotional leadership.
I'd add to that. So sometimes when we are talking about this downstream passing of emotion leadership, I also have a leadership on top of me. My investors who have invested in me, surveys they tell you, I would really stand on the stage and thank them. They are a public listed company. Not easy for a public listed company to, fund when the losses are happening onto that. It has to happen. So the investors have to understand this perspective that when a company is going through a difficult phase, how do they take public listed companies do not work on emotions. Sadly, they don't. But the people who are working there, the boards, if they understand that this is the period of a hardship. The world hasn't seen the sort of hardship that we have seen in the last year and a half. The boards that see that, so we have to really take this emotional leadership, not just downstream, but upstream as well. So my suggestion, my piece of advice is boards have to have emotional leadership. Those sitting on top of these boards who are investors have to have that emotional leadership. In long run, they are going to have their benefits. So I was looking at the first presentation which was being made on the TV. It was being displayed before everything started. That we are in trouble, and they raised funds of 100 million. Trust us. So you trust these people, and the trust will be given back.
Okay, thank you so much, Shashi. I know that we're running out of time and we're going to pass on to our next team, but Shashi and I will be here obviously over the break and through the networking lunch, so please come and talk. Shashi has so much experience that he would love to share with people, so please feel free to talk to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is David Twigg. I'm the Director of Innovation Impact in the Business School, and I'm an Innovation and Technology Scholar. That's probably how I would define myself. With technology, we want to talk, and Oliver Gibson, who's Vice President and Product Director at Oxy Health, which is a Oxford University spin-off. And we have decided not to use slides, so although we're talking about technology, we're going to do it old-fashioned style. As a starting point, I'd like to say that technology leadership combines both product development but also awareness of how to manage and be aware of your process technologies. And in a very simple form, we often talk about technology being this balance between the technology push, and certainly Oliver will talk about that in great detail as a starting point, but we also thought it'd be interesting to then also talk about the needs pull and how, in a sense, technology companies respond to that need. And we're already seeing from the example today with iGuide that there was a need, and actually the technology developed out of that need. So let's be aware that the ecosystem of technology is both a push and a pull. Now the question is, if you're a technology leader, how do you deal with both of those elements? And I think there are three areas I would like to share with you which came out of our master classes last year. The first one is technology foresight. Technology is rapidly changing, we know that. My undergraduate dissertation was typed on a typewriter. 9 months later, I was having to learn how to use a word processor because the university I went to did not have typewriters, they had computers. And although I was using a mainframe, I'd never used Word, let alone WordStar, which I think I was using at the time. Today we have Industry 4.0 technologies, we have augmented reality, we have big data, we have AI. Although we'll talk about big data and how that's influencing their development. So how do we get an understanding of that technology? Some people would argue that large corporations will say we need a CIO, a chief, not an investment officer, but almost intelligence officer to know what's going on in terms of the technology. But what happens for the family-run business, where they may not be the expert in that? So my argument, first of all, is that we need to as businesses and business people, to reach out to understand what's happening in our sector, but also in other sectors. One opportunity is to come to events like this, LIBS Connect, to find out some elements of how things might change. But have a look at UN reports. You can find reports which will tell you the next 100 radical technologies. Some of those include blockchain, augmented reality, chatbots. If you have a website, you have a chatbot on it. That could be something to consider. But just be aware of how your businesses are very impacted upon these potential technologies. I think the second part I want to talk about today is about skills. In order to be able to move forward, we also need to be aware of how skills and our workforces need to be advanced as these technologies take place. So, with digital skills, have you done an audit to work out who of your staff know what skills you require in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, and how do you begin to make those advances? Over the last 12 months, we have been challenged with COVID, and most companies have had to adapt to working remotely. Seize upon that opportunity to see how that might also change your business model. We as a university are now saying, well, we enjoy face-to-face teaching, but we've always done, certainly at University of Lincoln, remote teaching. But now do we go for a blend? Do we go for face-to-face? Where do we capitalise on that, given that we've now got a skill base of people who are so used to working remotely? So Craig, for example, our leadership team has said, well, rather than having a face-to-face meeting every single week or every 2 weeks, we'll have some face-to-face and some remote. That gives us a bit more time for doing other things. So rethinking your business need based on your skills that you've now developed is quite important. I think the third element of technology I would like to share with you for leadership is connectivity. And we've been talking about this throughout this event today. And it's how do we begin to manage the connectivity? So, 22 years ago, I did some innovation training at a hospital trust. I had 100 clinicians, nurses, administrators, and so forth, and asked the question, how can we be more innovative? And as we went through that half-day exercise, a lot of the surgeons were completely amazed with the innovative qualities which were happening in the practices of the business by the non-technical staff. And we came away from that event saying, staff have a lot of skills, so how do you connect the opportunities that they may have to improving the practices and technology that we have? And Oliver, I'm quite sure, will share something about how they develop their technology by connecting with users and getting them to respond to change the technology that they're producing as a company. So, without going any further, I think I'll pass on to Oliver, who will share some insights into how they have developed their technology, but also how they have responded to customer needs.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much for inviting me today. So I oversee the research at OxyHealth, and I'm also the director of a thing called the OxyHealth Clinical Research Forum, which is how we arrange collaborations between external academics and clinicians who use our technology to push forward that whole area of medicine, which is now evolving around contact-free patient monitoring and management. So what I'd like to do is give a brief summary of the technology from OxyHealth, how the company was started, what we're doing today, and also what we hope to achieve in the future. And in particular, there's a thought I'd quite like to share with you about when we think about quality improvement and continuous improvement, the role that data and technology may play in that area. So what is OxyHealth? So OxyHealth is a healthcare technology company and we exist to support clinicians to provide ever better care. The company was spun out of a university research group where a particular type of technology had been developed which allowed you to make contact-free measurements of health parameters such as pulse rate and breathing rate without having to attach devices and wires to the person that you want to check their physical health. And I'm sure you can think of some scenarios where being contact-free would be a big advantage. And in the early days of the company, we were weighing up what area would most benefit from this type of technology. And I was talking to a friend of mine who was working as a junior doctor, and she was explaining to me the particular challenges around ensuring patients' physical health in an inpatient hospital setting, and particularly at night time. So the clinicians often have this dilemma where they want to make sure that people's physical health isn't deteriorating at night, and so what they'd really like to do is to be able to go and check on, take measurements and visit the patient frequently, and a lot of protocols have been developed to do that. But equally, they're very aware that by going and visiting the patient's rooms, say every hour or every 15 minutes, turning lights on to observe the patient and check they're okay, that itself is not ideal for the patient because it's going to disrupt their sleep and their rest. And so this scenario inspired us to set up an initial study at Broadmoor Hospital, initially with staff volunteers in a disused ward where we had our technology. And the results from that were really promising, and so we did a follow-on study involving both patients and staff to gather plenty of patient feedback on the system as well as staff feedback, and to demonstrate its application in this area. So from that, the product has been developed, and as David said, we've always thought it's crucial to stay very close to the end user application. And we've devised various ways of making sure that we are in close contact with what the users are thinking, and so that we can adapt the product over time. We have some additional functionality, as well as measuring vital signs in a contact-free way to provide additional alerts. For example, if the system detects that a person who is frail has got out of bed unaccompanied in the middle of the night. In some hospital situations, that the staff would like to know about that, to be notified by the system, so they can go and help that person to get out of bed safely and perhaps reduce their risk of falling. So the technology is now quite widely used across inpatient mental health and physical health acute hospitals, as well as in places like care homes where they face a similar challenge of checking people's physical health whilst letting them sleep and rest. So that's how the product has evolved in a nutshell. During the current pandemic, the clinicians actually turned our technology to a new use, which we hadn't originally made a priority, which was because it's contact-free, it has a role to play in infection control. Because in some situations, if a patient has suspected COVID or confirmed COVID, we have examples of this that clinicians have talked to us about, where they were able to keep an eye on the patient's physical health and intervene if their vital signs showed that they were deteriorating, but largely to let the patient recover and rest and sleep undisturbed to give them the best chance of recovery. So, having spoken a bit about the product, the thing I also wanted to mention is that this has now become apparent that this is actually not just a device or a box that people can install. It is actually a platform for several other things. One of those is to do with continuous improvement, and in the clinical setting, the clinicians are always looking for ways to improve the quality of care and to learn from what's happening. One thing we can do to help is to provide the data for them to use to reflect on when things have gone well or badly, but also to get a sense of how things are running in a ward over time. And it's really inspiring to see how clinical world, the idea of continuous improvement is being taken to heart. We inside Oxy Health are trying to mirror that and have our own version of that to make sure that we are continuously improving as well. And I think that data has a key role to play. Data and human curiosity seem to me the two key factors to drive forward continuous improvement. And if the technology can supply the data for the clinicians to use in that way, then I feel that that's an inspiring part of what we can provide, as well as the day-to-day support to the staff through our product. And I guess, so that's the platform. The other use of the platform is by researchers, and so increasingly we have independent researchers approaching us, and in the future I hope we'll be able to allow them to use our platform for their research in quite an independent way. We will obviously support them to make sure they have the right governance and that everything's done properly, but there's actually, in the field of contact-free health monitoring, there's an awful lot to be done. I feel personally that we've scratched the surface, and we have some products which are proving their value now through the clinical evidence that we're seeing. There's an awful lot more that can be done. It doesn't have to necessarily be done by us. We'll continue to evolve our product. But by having independent researchers and clinicians able to use our platform in the right way, I think we empower them to drive forward the whole field of contact-free health monitoring and measurement, ultimately with the same ambition, which is to help deliver ever better care. I hope that provides, in a nutshell, what we're about. And I'd be happy to take any questions now or later. Dave?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of pieces that you mentioned, and also relate it back to something else which I was talking about last night at dinner with the iGuide group. I think, first of all, from a technology leadership point of view, I think what Olive has illustrated is that they've moved from being the provider of an initial technology which is based around big data to the potential for new product enhancement and development through, in a sense, now moving towards a platform that others can adapt. And that provides them with a new potential business model to be the provider of the platform rather than necessarily the solutions. So the solutions are coming from the users themselves. And sort of that's not too dissimilar from, in a sense, the potential product extensions that Sandra and her team were talking about last night. They start off with Parkinson's and recognising that whilst it still needs to be medically validated, they have the potential to impact upon other health regimes. And so they're actually, they haven't had time to talk about it today, they're looking at other medical conditions where some initial results appear to show that the same principles of technology can be of benefit to other medical conditions. And it's each of those medical conditions saying, well, will it work for me? Let's go and trial that out. So it still needs to be validated, but it's this idea of don't be trapped in your technology sort of cluster or your starting point, but look beyond that and look at the potential of how technology can enhance your business and your business opportunity is what I would like to finish with. Okay, thank you all for your time.
So I'm conscious that I'm the thing that's preventing you from going for a coffee. So we're going to focus our debrief on what we've just seen. And the first thing I think I'd like to say is, weren't they just absolutely brilliant case studies? I think they really are genuine examples of where innovation is coming into the health system and enabling us to think about the future in a completely different way. And yet they sit on a foundation that's based upon good old traditional values and virtues and people as humans at their base. And so I'm going to do a quick kind of question and answer with Chris in terms of, you know, what did you take from those? So ARCO first, Chris. What was the key message you got from the ARCO presentation?
Well, one thing you will notice that I thought I'll write a couple of things down as we go through. And I thought, should have used a bigger bit of paper. Also should learn how to write in a way that can read my own writing. That would be helpful as well. But first off, with Arco and Elena, two things really, if I may. That's a bit of a cheat, but privilege here. If VUCA is the new context, what's the scale of our ambition? Are we aiming to just achieve sustainability, or are we going to aim for something a bit bolder than that? And in that context, a personal plea. I think that what ARCO have been doing with NHS Scotland is fantastic. I've been talking to them for some time now, because I want to do that across Humber Coast and Vale, with Lincolnshire, with West Yorkshire, with South Yorkshire. I think that makes an awful lot of sense. But we're struggling with it, and we need your help. So if there's anybody who's interested in that, anybody who thinks that they can offer some practical moral support with that, please talk to us during the break and afterwards, because we want to move that forward. That's going to make a real difference if we can land that in this area.
Superb, thank you, Chris. And two things from me. I think the value of purpose, the clarity of purpose is significant and really came out well in that ARCO presentation. Safety being the thing that tied everything together that they did. And then the longevity of the family values, staying in that organisation over 100 years, regardless of the generations moving on, those values remained and that purpose remained central to everything that they did. So that was a brilliant presentation. So moving on to the very emotional eye guide, I can understand why Elena shed a tear there. That was a brilliant demonstration. Thank you, Sandra. I absolutely love that, and I know lots of people who can benefit from what you're doing. So, Chris, what did you take from it?
Even me, I kind of regard myself as quite a resilient person. Others call me heartless, so you take a view.
It's the shiny trousers that do.
Yeah, that's probably it. But even everybody's moved by Sandra's story there, and that a very clear demonstration of how a personal initiative, a personal responsibility taken to address an issue has resulted in something as fantastic as that. And I think Elena mentioned, interesting this for those of us in the health and care system, where we argue, in the health system, we argue with local authorities about whether statutory responsibility for health and well-being belongs to the health system or local authorities. It's a collective responsibility, it's a personal responsibility. So I think that's something that I took away from there.
And I took the personal courage that Sandra put in there, you know, not asking for permission, doing it in her own time, taking the initiative and making it something that was part of your journey and ambition, because there was a person right at the centre of that was going to benefit. But that person was not just you, it was the altruism that you gave as well. Sharing this with others, I think that's a really valuable lesson for us all. So brilliant. And then we moved on to Sashi and emotional intelligence with Hilary.
Yeah, I think this one really, again, reinforces the importance of looking after your own. This is a theme that came out from the ARCA presentation as well, that we need to look after our own ourselves, our families, our friends, our employees, our communities. It's that collective responsibility again. What I was struck by was that, you know, emotional leadership, common sense prevailed there. This was not driven by targets or processes or guidelines. It was just the right thing to do.
And again, it's an interesting correlation here that, as well as being part of the centre, I'm also on the advisory board in Delhi University on a centre for enterprise and social innovation. And it came across really powerfully to me that getting those board members to have the ability to stand up to shareholders and say, this is not only the right thing to do, but long term it will give you the best return on your investment, was really a powerful message for me. Shareholder engagement is really important, and there is a big movement for that at the moment that we should be engaging with, really. So thank you for that lesson. And then finally, but certainly not least, Ollie Gibson, Oxy Health. What did you take, Chris?
What did I take? It reminded me that I'm obviously very old, because my dissertation was typed as well. Because in those days you couldn't do it on a Sinclair ZX81. So I always have a fossil. It's obviously a very long time since I've studied any kind of social science on an academic basis. So that aside, I think the theme of technology. I'm not very good with technology, and I see a lot of technical people, and I speak to them, and we try and reflect technological opportunities, digital opportunities into our thinking about service change and about new buildings, and we often get it wrong. And I think the reminder here is that we are looking to connect people and organisations and services, technologically enabling those things rather than connecting technology is where we should be focusing our effort. Again, a kind of reminder to ourselves about what the right objectives are.
Superb. And for me, one of the key messages that came out of that is that whilst we talk a lot about artificial intelligence and how that's going to enable us with big data, it only really adds value when you couple with it human curiosity. And that's why a learning establishment like a university is great. But Elena and I are working on how do we get that learning established in a workplace so that human curiosity is always driving a need to drive continuous improvement and innovation. And at that point, we'll hand over to the next phase of the morning, and I'll invite Rushi to tell us what we're doing next.
Thank you so much, Dean. Thank you, Chris. Thanks so much. And thank you to all the speakers for a wonderful morning session. Connected is a very important part of our being in this event because it's so important to demonstrate industry impact and industry examples as we learn. So we now take a break. We're 5 minutes late. So I just wanted to tell you before we break for coffee and a few pastries is that there are 3 stands that we have invited to be part of the event just behind this curtain. And I do urge you to please visit those stands. There's a reason why we selected them. The first one is the Mental Health and Productivity Pilot, the MHPP stand that you will see, essentially supporting employers across the Midlands to understand the link between mental health and productivity. Please do visit their stand to understand their purpose. The second one is the Lincoln City Foundation, which is, of course, very close to our hearts as being a big part of the community. and supporting health and wellness amongst children and the society at large. So please do visit the Lincoln City Foundation from the Lincoln City Football Club that's here today with us. And the third is a charity Cash for Kids, which raises cash across the country, but in particular in Lincolnshire, for use with children for their wellness as well. So the Cash for Kids stand is also right at the back. So while you enjoy your coffee and do some networking, please do take the time to visit the stands. We'll be very, very obliged. We come back at 11:35, please. And do remember that at 2:25, you have the opportunity to visit the brand new medical school on a conducted tour. So post the whole event, you can meet there at 2:25. But see you back at 11:35 here. So thank you very much for the morning hour.
Hello, my name's William Poole and I work at the Lincoln City Foundation as Health and Wellbeing Leader. My main area is working with the total demographic of Lincolnshire and in specifically the Lincoln community to try and inspire and engage individuals from 55 years and over to try and take up our opportunities in our physical programmes that we put on. These include a Fighting Fit programme, which is for those who have gone through cancer treatment and they want to get fighting fit again, and that helps with physical, social and mental well-being, and that's something that I've put on, and in particular we do low impact circuit classes to try and instill greater mental well-being and a greater resilience. We also put on seated chair classes, which again I put on, but is in a way it helps to strengthen 55-year-olds and over their mobility, their ability to do different movements, be social and integrate with individuals face to face again. And that's something that we really focus on here at the foundation. We're more about trying to get involved with individuals face to face, work with them, inspire them and engage them within physical activity and sport as well. We put on activities such as walking football, which is a great success. We also hold tournaments, both home and away, for walking footballers, and again that is for 55-year-olds and over. And that's part of our Team Talk initiative, which is helping all male groups to form together and take part in friendly activity within physical exercise. We also support a national campaign which is known as Andy's Man's Club, which is also a suicide prevention campaign, which we support on a Monday evening, which is fantastic for helping all males feel a part of something, which is fantastic for the community. As a foundation, all I can say is we strive towards trying to inspire individuals to regain confidence, to have that ability to be social again, and to just in general believe in themselves that physical activity can be achieved by anybody. And that's really what our values and our core values are all about, is instilling that confidence and self-belief into individuals, and we do that in a variety of different ways, and it's a great privilege to be a part of the health team and also the foundation as a whole. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, Clive Vasher, CEO of De La Rue. A quick story of resilience for you. 18 months ago, the very survival of our 200-year-old company was in question. We'd lost some significant contracts and a number of our businesses were loss-making. We had to set about delivering a turnaround plan that is ongoing over the next 3 years. And in order to do that, we had to convince the banks that we were not going out of business and to refinance us. And we went out last July to the investment community to raise £100 million of equity. The result of this is that now our currency business is flourishing. We are printing between 6 and 7 billion banknotes for 140 countries every year. And our authentication business, where we do about 9 billion government tax stamps, and we also produce exclusively all of the Microsoft Windows labels that go under laptops worldwide. That's also growing extremely fast. Our share price that had dropped to 40 pence, and the business was worth a total of less than £40 million at that point in time. The share price is now at £1.80. And our business is worth about £350 million, and we're very much on the up. So we took a lot of hard work and resilience, but it was all worth it.
Hi, Benedict Heaver of Streets Heaver. The key concept that we've been rolling out across the business over the last few years has all been around our culture and how we've developed that. That's obviously been a bit of a struggle over the last 18 months with COVID, but we've managed to use things like Yammer to push out constant information so people are kept up to date. We have weekly videos where I update everyone on what's happening within the business. And lastly, we've introduced something called Icebreaker into Microsoft Teams, which randomly pairs up two members of staff so they can have half an hour chat with each other over a coffee and just discuss all things so they get to know each other and sort of build that cross-departmental.
Hello, my name's William Poole and I work at the Lincoln City Foundation as Health and Wellbeing Leader. My main area is working with the total demographic of Lincolnshire and in specifically the Lincoln community to try and inspire and engage individuals from 55 years and over to try and take up our opportunities in our physical programmes that we put on. These include a Fighting Fit programme, which is for those who have gone through cancer treatment and they want to get fighting fit again, and that helps with physical, social and mental well-being, and that's something that I've put on, and in particular we do low impact circuit classes to try and instill greater mental well-being and a greater resilience. We also put on seated chair classes, which again I put on, but is in a way it helps to strengthen 55-year-olds and over their mobility, their ability to do different movements, be social and integrate with individuals face to face again. And that's something that we really focus on here at the foundation. We're more about trying to get involved with individuals face to face, work with them, inspire them and engage them within physical activity and sport as well. We put on activities such as walking football, which is a great success. We also hold tournaments, both home and away, for walking footballers, and again that is for 55-year-olds and over. And that's part of our Team Talk initiative, which is helping all male groups to form together and take part in friendly activity within physical exercise. We also support a national campaign which is known as Andy's Man's Club, which is also a suicide prevention campaign, which we support on a Monday evening, which is fantastic for helping all males feel a part of something, which is fantastic for the community. As a foundation, all I can say is we strive towards trying to inspire individuals to regain confidence, to have that ability to be social again, and to just in general believe in themselves that physical activity can be achieved by anybody. And that's really what our values and our core values are all about, is instilling that confidence and self-belief into individuals, and we do that in a variety of different ways, and it's a great privilege to be a part of the health team and also the foundation as a whole. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, Clive Vasher, CEO of De La Rue. A quick story of resilience for you. 18 months ago, the very survival of our 200-year-old company was in question. We'd lost some significant contracts and a number of our businesses were loss-making. We had to set about delivering a turnaround plan that is ongoing over the next 3 years. And in order to do that, we had to convince the banks that we were not going out of business and to refinance us. And we went out last July to the investment community to raise £100 million of equity. The result of this is that now our currency business is flourishing. We are printing between 6 and 7 billion banknotes for 140 countries every year. And our authentication business, where we do about 9 billion government tax stamps, and we also produce exclusively all of the Microsoft Windows labels that go under laptops worldwide. That's also growing extremely fast. Our share price that had dropped to 40 pence, and the business was worth a total of less than £40 million at that point in time. The share price is now at £1.80. And our business is worth about £350 million, and we're very much on the up. So we took a lot of hard work and resilience, but it was all worth it.
Hi, Benedict Heaver of Streets Heaver. The key concept that we've been rolling out across the business over the last few years has all been around our culture and how we've developed that. That's obviously been a bit of a struggle over the last 18 months with COVID. But we've managed to use things like Yammer to push out constant information so people are kept up to date. We have weekly videos where I update everyone on what's happening within the business. And lastly, we've introduced something called Icebreaker into Microsoft Teams, which randomly pairs up two members of staff so they can have half an hour chat with each other over a coffee and just discuss all things, so they get to know each other and sort of build that cross-departmental.
Hello, my name's William Poole and I work at the Lincoln City Foundation as Health and Wellbeing Leader. My main area is working with the total demographic of Lincolnshire and in specifically the Lincoln community to try and inspire and engage individuals from 55 years and over to try and take up our opportunities in our physical programmes that we put on. These include a Fighting Fit programme, which is for those who have gone through cancer treatment and they want to get fighting fit again, and that helps with physical, social and mental well-being, and that's something that I've put on, and in particular we do low impact circuit classes to try and instill greater mental well-being and a greater resilience. We also put on seated chair classes, which again I put on, but is in a way it helps to strengthen 55-year-olds and over their mobility, their ability to do different movements, be social and integrate with individuals face to face again. And that's something that we really focus on here at the foundation. We're more about trying to get involved with individuals face to face, work with them, inspire them and engage them within physical activity and sport as well. We put on activities such as walking football, which is a great success. We also hold tournaments, both home and away, for walking footballers, and again that is for 55-year-olds and over. And that's part of our Team Talk initiative, which is helping all male groups to form together and take part in friendly activity within physical exercise. We also support a national campaign which is known as Andy's Man's Club, which is also a suicide prevention campaign, which we support on a Monday evening, which is fantastic for helping all males feel a part of something, which is fantastic for the community. As a foundation, all I can say is we strive towards trying to inspire individuals to regain confidence, to have that ability to be social again, and to just in general believe in themselves that physical activity can be achieved by anybody. And that's really what our values and our core values are all about, instilling that confidence and self-belief into individuals, and we do that in a variety of different ways, and it's a great privilege to be a part of the health team and also the foundation as a whole. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, Clive Vasher, CEO of De La Rue. A quick story of resilience for you. 18 months ago, the very survival of our 200-year-old company was in question. We'd lost some significant contracts and a number of our businesses were loss-making. We had to set about delivering a turnaround plan that is ongoing over the next 3 years. And in order to do that, we had to convince the banks that we were not going out of business and to refinance us. And we went out last July to the investment community to raise £100 million of equity. The result of this is that now our currency business is flourishing. We are printing between 6 and 7 billion banknotes for 140 countries every year. And our authentication business, where we do about 9 billion government tax stamps, and we also produce exclusively all of the Microsoft Windows labels that go under laptops worldwide. That's also growing extremely fast. Our share price that had dropped to 40 pence, and the business was worth a total of less than £40 million at that point in time. The share price is now at £1.80. And our business is worth about £350 million, and we're very much on the up. So we took a lot of hard work and resilience, but it was all worth it.
Hi, Benedict Heaver of Streets Heaver. The key concept that we've been rolling out across the business over the last few years has all been around our culture and how we've developed that. That's obviously been a bit of a struggle over the last 18 months with COVID. But we've managed to use things like Yammer to push out constant information so people are kept up to date. We have weekly videos where I update everyone on what's happening within the business. And lastly, we've introduced something called Icebreaker into Microsoft Teams, which randomly pairs up 2 members of staff so they can have half an hour chat with each other over a coffee and just discuss all things so they get to know each other and sort of build that cross-departmental collaborative working.
seats, and welcome back to everybody. The irony is I'm now stopping you from talking when in a couple of moments I'm actually going to ask you to talk. So once you're seated, in your seats, on your tables, I'd like you just to spend a few moments having a conversation around what did you take from this morning's presentation, and if there are any particular issues that you would like to raise. And then what I'll do is Chris and I will spend a couple of minutes after we've given you some time to talk, just going through the tables, going through to find out what it is that you would like to raise as a question or as an observation from this morning. So over to you. 5 minutes. What did you take from this morning?
Right then, folks. The way we're going to do this is that we're going to ask you from each table just to identify very quickly one question or one issue that you'd like to pose, which will pick up on the panel session later on. So we're going to do this two ways. We're going to ask people to give us that feedback in the room, but there's also a technological opportunity to put your idea, your question on Slido. Now, demonstrating technological leadership, I'm going to ask Tars to explain how to do that.
All right, thank you, Chris. So as I previously mentioned, if you go to slido.com on your phones, and the password is LIBS Connect, and that should enter you into the platform, and then all you need to do is then put in your question that you'd like to ask the panel later on, and you can then actually vote, because you'll see everybody's questions popping up, and you'll be able to then vote. If you don't want to ask the same question, you can just vote on that question to see which one is more popular, and then Chris and Dean can sort of work with that. Yes, so where it says code, enter LIBS Connect. Yeah, so LIBS Connect, you've got your caps, LIBS in caps, and C of Connect is in caps.
There we go. Connectivity in action. Right, I'm going to start unconventionally in reverse order. So I'm going to go to table 14 first. Who are all busily staring into their screens. Could you just have one of your most insightful, challenging questions that you want to pose to the panel later? Tars is on his way with the roving mic.
Hi, Howard Gannaway. We have a reflection on the issue that's talked about caring for employees' families, and okay, so this was set in an Indian context, but thinking about it in the UK, not so much with older workers, but with newer millennial workers coming through, who are increasingly not seeing themselves as having long-term futures with businesses, and businesses are kind of accepting that as well. It's in lots of places it's moving towards a sort of a 2-year engagement. You know, you take on a young person and they're going to work for you for 2 years, and then everybody parts company as friends because you then need different types of people coming in. So thinking about this much more transient workforce that seems to be the case with millennials, how do you then extend caring beyond the employee themselves?
Brilliant, thank you. Great question. I'm not going to ask table 13 for a question. Emily might ask us the question, why are the people who are presenting not putting the microphone near to their mouth? So we'll all have to reflect upon that. So we'll go to table 12.
Hello, I'm Danny McLaughlin, the Associate Dean of the Medical School here. I had just a bit of toffee in my mouth. hoping that I get away with not saying something. We had a brief chat, and one of the things that I was interested to hear from both ARCO and from the Indian context was this idea of emotional intelligence or emotion quotient, whatever you would call it. And it strikes me that it became apparent to us at the medical school in trying to keep things together going through the pandemic that it was those sorts of activities that really helped us as much as anything else. Okay, we had the technological stuff, we had the recorded lectures, we had the interactive sessions on Teams and whiteboard collaborating and other things. But actually the thing that kept the team going was thinking about other people's feelings. And as the leader, that's not something I'm brilliant at. It's just interesting to know that it was actually people from within the team who were providing me with ways in which we could do that. So a little bit like Sandra and the iGuide, the solutions and the ideas of what we could do to enhance people's morale, working environment, other things, actually were coming from within the team. So maybe a question I would pose for me, with my relatively low emotional quotient, is how do we empower people within our teams to, in a normal context, if there's any such thing as normal anymore, how do we encourage people who perhaps don't see themselves as having the role of doing that to come forward and suggest things to emotionally stunted 50-odd-year-olds like myself? I'll put my sweet back in my mouth now. And I've just realised I wasn't speaking into the mic, sorry.
So, thanks for your honesty. A kindred spirit, I think, in terms of EQ rating. And obviously, a kindred spirit in terms of feeling on the technology. You'll notice that the mic is near the mouth. Hope that's working better for you. Right, table 11.
There we go. I seem to have been volunteered. We were having a discussion where we were wondering how companies might use the huge amounts of data we all contribute into the cloud in order to improve business outcomes and healthcare outcomes. We all generate all this information through our phones, and it's sometimes very difficult to know how to use the data. So the chaps from the Ministry of Defence, they have huge amounts of data, but using it is a different matter. So we're wondering how companies and healthcare systems can use this data to identify needs and improve outcomes for people.
Again, great question. I think pre-pandemic, I've certainly been involved in lots of conversations in the health sector about, the health sector has not yet been digitally enabled. It's not yet had its technological revolution. That's certainly starting, but the data revolution in the health sector hasn't yet. So it's certainly one we can pick up in the panel. If we can move on to table 10. Who's going to get the short straw?
Always me. We were thinking kind of with the big pharma reaction to COVID and creating kind of a vaccine in 9 months or so, why it took a solution to Sandra's situation to be created by an individual, and how we can make these sort of issues more attractive to big pharma to be able to solve them.
Very good question. Again, one we can certainly pick up. If we move through table 9.
I guess we were talking, we were very interested in
We were very interested in all the presentations, particularly the one on emotional leadership. And I guess the question raised on our table is, there was a very good slide on the dimensions of emotional intelligence, and our question is, could the panelists expand on how leaders can systematically develop emotional intelligence within their organisations?
again, great question. I'd be interested in whether or not that was something that just came instinctively because people are good at this, or was something that people actually thought about. So we can certainly explore that. Table 8.
We've heard today some fabulous examples of digital technology in practice, but our discussion on the table was, we really valued the digital audit, I think, that was mentioned by one of the speakers, but how do we integrate this into our local communities? There's been mention of place and people. I'm here today representative of communities that have some of the highest levels of health deprivation in the UK, and sometimes the highest levels of digital illiteracy. So how do these people access digital healthcare for the future? Thank you.
Again, great question, and again, one we will certainly pick up. We're going to need a long time on this panel, Dean, I think. Table 7.
Hi. Given the difficulties that lots of organisations are suffering at the moment with filling certain roles due to the labour shortages generally, it kind of leads lots of us down the increased productivity thought process of trying to get more valued output from per person employed in your organisation. And that often leads us to looking at technology and emerging technologies. Now, speaking as someone who's got this horribly wrong before, how do you pick new and emerging technologies that are going to be there in 2 years' time without all the embarrassment of getting your people to invest in them and then say, oh, sorry, I got that wrong?
Yeah, how to pick the right technological horse. Yeah. Well, certainly pass that one to the experts. Number 6.
Hi, Amanda Pike from the Maternity Voice Partnership in Lincolnshire. There's a couple of things that stood out. I can't remember which one of you guys had mentioned that it would be really useful if service users were the point of care and that the system moves around them. I thought that was wonderful. In maternity, we've got a really good system of hearing from families, injecting their feedback, using their experience and improving the service. Part of my experience so far that is that doesn't happen across the system in all different departments. So how do we do more of that? How do we hear more to improve more? And really involve those service users within the body of everything that's going to happen to them with their journey for whatever they're experiencing. And then the other element is, as the lady on table 8 touched on, is that equity of digital isolation is just massive. Obviously, we know we have large areas of deprivation within Lincolnshire, and there's ways of accessing some people, whether it's via Facebook, Instagram, to capture them in another way when COVID's been and we can't all access the areas that we normally would when we would go and directly speak to service users. But where do we go when that technical and digital isolation is growing? So my takeaway from this is what I can do within my own role to reach out more to those different demographics that may be struggling in that way.
Thank you very much. I think it's enough for a conference there. Table 5.
Hi, I come from a company which was formed in the 1960s. We have a very 9-to-5 work ethic. You have to be in the building to obviously work, otherwise it's difficult to prove that you're doing something productive. The lockdown has caused us to change a great deal of the way that we work. We've gone very digital, we've accepted new different kinds of software to help us to work as collaboratively as possible. But I want to know how we get, assuming that we have staff who are baby boomers down to the youngest possible you can employ, how do we get staff to identify what it is that we can do to help them if we to be more create a more employee-friendly environment?
So I think that continues that theme, doesn't it, of engagement and listening to people, properly listening to people, not just saying that we're going to do it, doing it and responding positively to the information you get back. Not something we do well in the health sector, I'm afraid, but certainly food for thought. Last 4 tables, so number 4.
Hi, yeah, I mean, Sashi and I were talking about giving space to people in the organisation to think about innovating and to have ideas. And we started off talking about sort of senior people in the organisation, maybe having that time to sort of do kind of some of the innovations that Barbara was talking about, trying how can we innovate our business, how can we innovate the service that we provide. But then we said, actually, that should be available to everybody throughout the organisation. But how do you achieve that? Obviously, when everybody's got such pressure and demands on their time, and there's so many expectations about what people achieve. But it's kind of creating that creative space in order for conversations, relationships, and innovation to happen. That's kind of what we were talking about.
Again, great question. One that's concerning me even now in my current role. How do you create the culture, the right environment for effective innovation, better R&D? I think definitely something that we can collectively work on and must work on if we're going to be successful. Last 3, table 3, I think.
I think my question, and I've sort of put it here, is when we started out, we went to the council to ask about information, and then they told us about Lincoln University. Why is it that we, and other people that we've spoken to that are small businesses, don't know that universities help small businesses? That to me, I don't get it.
And I think I did work in the university sector. It was a very long time ago when I was a younger man. Some universities do that better than others, and some communities do that better than others. There is, I think this university is making fantastic progress on it, but I think we can do more. And in certainly my part of the world, we can do more as well. So certainly an area that we need to explore, not just here, but on an ongoing basis. Table 2.
I'm on. We talked about emotional intelligence and how it was seen throughout all of the connected sessions. We talked about how it's useful to connect and might be useful to develop models of it. I suppose a follow-on question might be, with the emergence of technologies ever accelerating, are things like, for example, artificial intelligence going to be an enemy of emotional intelligence in the future? Is data systemizing things going quicker by machine? Is it actually cutting across what we're talking about in the main today, which is how humans interact? Discuss.
Ooh, technology meets philosophy. Excellent. And then finally, table 1.
These are the results from table 1. My name is Eric Hilton. I'm the CEO of Nutripharma, based at Bull Technology Centre here in Lincoln. So we've discussed the areas around innovation, but the predominant question that came up is how can we challenge the environment within that, with the leaders that we discussed and the empathy for the staff, the challenging of the business role models for medium and long-term businesses and those shareholders, and developing those leaders to be more empathetic, because they won't join the LIBS development program, the narcissistic leaders within the environment who say, I know what I'm doing, my business is profitable, it doesn't matter that there's high turnover in the staff, if they can't cut it, we'll get another person. They're the ones that need to be identified, and the question therefore is how. And within the innovation treadmill, we see people like today not giving up. They have a challenge, their tenacity, their resilience, and how they can overcome the barriers to failure to succeed and develop a product. Not everyone has that, even when the environment is there. I used to work for 3M and the environment was there for innovation. It doesn't always succeed, but we still have those people. And what is it that we can capture from them to take it to the next level? Those were our 2 questions.
Again, great question. A couple of themes that I'll certainly pick up in my presentation. Very topical as well, given that in the NHS at the moment we're out to advert for 42 of the most senior leaders in the system. What are we looking for in those leaders? Is it those qualities or is it other qualities? I think, Dean, we've got an extensive array of questions and issues there to pick up with the panel. But I'm going to hand over now to Dean, who's going to introduce our next keynote speaker.
Thank you, Chris. Do you want to grab a seat at the table? So, when I was a child, I used to watch Doctor Who, and I never thought that I'd actually be privileged to invite Doctor Who onto a stage. And Dr. Pally Hungin has created a seminal piece of work which has fundamentally picked upon what the future of the medical profession is and how it will interrelate with innovation and creativity. And I'm sure in his presentation, many of those questions that you have just raised will be considered. But one of the things that Elena, when I first met Elena, posed to me is that the answers to your questions aren't as important as the quality of your questions. And the ability to keep on asking and keep on asking might just be why AI will not be able to survive by itself, because human curiosity will definitely be the thing that's continuously asking questions of it and making it work hard for its right to exist. So Dr. Pally Hungin, I've known for a little while. He's a great leader within the system. He is a system leader in his own rights. He's supported as a GP the care of many people within his communities. He's advanced beyond that into running many of our medical association leaders in their thinking around leadership itself, and he's going to share with us some of his thoughts in that regard. So please welcome Dr. Pally Hungin.
Thank you very much, Dean, for that write-up, and I'll certainly be mindful of your presence when I need to publicize any further work that we do. I'm going to be somewhat courageous today because my background is both academic but also in recent times you might call establishment. I'm a recent previous president of the British Medical Association. Not everything that I'm going to say today necessarily meets with the ethos or the sense of direction that the BMA might want to take, but I feel that there are some points that do need to be made quite strongly. My background in academic medicine is that I was the Dean of Medicine at Durham University. It gives me great pleasure to meet again Danny McLaughlin, who's here, who was eating sweets earlier. He was wearing a camouflage shirt so that I might not spot him, but nonetheless, I see you quite clearly. And thank you to Lincoln for this wonderful honor of not just inviting me, but making me a visiting professor here. Thank you very much indeed. Most of my presentation is to do with identifying why we need a better form of leadership, an innovative form of leadership, and a form of leadership which is fit for the future. We are, as doctors, as far as I'm concerned, living in this Dickensian time. It was the best of times and the worst of times. The best of times because we have the most remarkable technological and clinical developments. It is such an exciting time to be a doctor. If I could go back and retrain, I would gladly do it just for the advances alone. So much we can do now that we couldn't 5 or 10 years ago. And yet it is the most dreadful time to be a doctor, and you'll see what I mean by that. And we have to find a way out of this somehow. So let me just start with a very simple story. My presentation covers the entire spectrum of the medical professions and includes my colleagues in nursing. But I'm going to start with a story that happened, a tale that occurred about 2 years ago when I was giving a presentation near Newcastle. And a youngish female GP stood up and said, I started my work as a partner in a 4-person partnership. 2 of the older partners needed to retire, but there was a difficulty with recruitment, so they hung on for as long as they could, and in the last 18 months they've both definitely retired, so we're down to 2 people and we can't recruit any more doctors into our practice. And my other partner went off sick last week and is likely to be on long-term sick. And we have a list size of 5,000 patients and it's just me left. What do you think I should do? This is not an uncommon story, friends. It's happening all over the country. And in fact, there were a lot of militant opinions expressed. One person said, go back to your local primary care organization, hand them the key to the practice and say you're going home. Another said, why did you go off on long-term sick yourself? Others said, what about the patients? Do we have any kind of organization that might take them over? Will continuity of care be maintained? Now, this is a classic story that's happening up and down the country. And if you can't get an appointment with your GP, now you know why. So it's legitimate to ask, not just about general practice, but generally, does healthcare have a future in its present format? You might actually think it doesn't. What's the wider picture as far as clinicians are concerned? And what does the future hold for clinicians, but more importantly for patients? We're all patients at one stage or another. And do we have the visionary leaders that we truly need, and are we creating them? And that, I suspect, is the purpose of this meeting to some extent, to look at future models of high quality, innovative leadership. So let's think about the future. But before we do, I'm going to depress you greatly with facts and figures. Coming from an academic background, I can produce a reference for every figure that I produce, so it's not pulled off the top of my head. And I want to also tell you something about the Changing Face of Medicine Commission, which I'm leading through the Academy of the Medical Royal Colleges. This is the Doctor Who project that Dean was referring to. And over the last 4 years, since my presidency of the British Medical Association, we have been trying to ascertain how we might prepare for the future 20 or 30 years hence. Not for the fact that you won't get your hip done in the next 6 months, or that your heart appointment might be delayed until next year, but rather, what might things look like in 20 years? And don't forget, and I was reflecting on this as I traveled down from the northeast, how uncomfortable the new Azuma trains are. And I was thinking how much more comfortable the older trains were. So if you think about the future, don't assume that things are going to get better and that the chairs are going to get more comfortable, or that your role is going to become beautifully, emotionally viable. We actually have to prepare for the future as it's likely to arise. Let's look at our current problems. Clinicians, nurses, but especially doctors, are suffering from burnout. We have early retirement and dropouts, serious recruitment and retention problems, great difficulties in some specialties, e.g. pediatrics, acute emergency medicine, general practice, psychiatry. I'm a non-executive director of a trust in the Northeast. We have 42 consultant vacancies. How do you think we're managing? And how do you think the quality of care is being affected by that? And we're searching the world over to fill those posts. And do you really think, forgive me for referring to Azuma trains again, that things are going to get better and more comfortable than they used to be? So this is leading to serious mental health problems amongst medical staff. And by medical staff, I include our nursing colleagues and others working in the system. And we have a high risk of presenteeism. You know what presenteeism is? It's when you go to work and you sort of count up the hours and you're looking towards the end of the day and you're putting in a presence, but you're not really committed or engaged to the extent that you were supposed to be. So what are the causes of this? As far as medicine is concerned, you might say, do a few doctors, do a little time with patients. loss of continuity and the personal knowledge that we had of our patients, the corporatization and commodification of healthcare provision. You know what I mean by the corporatization. You're working within systems and structures. Your level of independence is controlled by the situation that you find yourself in. By commodification, we mean every decision is based on some kind of health economic basis. Whether or not you prescribe an antibiotic has much to do with whether or not you think the patient has a bacterial infection, but also it has to do with whether the cost of the antibiotic might be justified. So we have professionalism conflicts between employers, funders, and clinicians themselves. A changed relationship between the public, the patients, and ourselves as clinicians. The loss of old-fashioned status, a narrower divide between patients, the public, and doctors. Older patients, multiple problems, the information revolution, and the monopoly of knowledge. I would want every person in this room, when they consult a doctor, to be much better informed by reading through the internet before they went to the doctor, so that an easier dialogue was possible. So there's nothing wrong with that, but that does represent a new situation for us. And of course, a much higher level of expectation from the public. You know the consequences of this. We're not in a very good place at the moment as medics, I regret to say. If we look at the UK Foundation Programme, now this is the programme that trains doctors up to the level of becoming a consultant. I don't know how clearly you can read the figures there, but the latest data from 2019 indicate that only 46% of doctors declared that they were prepared immediately after their very junior years to consider going into some kind of specialty. A good number of them are leaving the profession or doing alternative things. Now, of course, many of them will come back after a break, or when they've had an alternative career, or when they've been sitting on Bondi Beach for 2 years realizing that they have to come home. Nonetheless, there is a real risk that the number of doctors we have available up to the senior training grade of consultant is going to be an issue. Things are not getting better. There's a real problem here. Doctors are voting with their feet. Unfortunately, many of them to either quit or only in part commit themselves to the profession that they trained so hard for. The same applies to GP trainees, and this came from a survey in 2018, and the figures haven't changed, that only 22% of them intend to work full-time, 47% part-time. The rest, well, I have no idea what they plan to do, perhaps go into other professions like PR industry, the city, trading, etc., etc. The UK situation for general practice is just absolutely horrible. We have early retirements of established general practitioners. We have 40% retiring in the next 5 years in southwest England. Actually, I feel quite pleased because they've always had it so good down there. We've always had it rather poorly up north, as you know. It's time they got their comeuppance. Nonetheless, these are startling figures. If you take into account that in general practice in England alone, we see 1 million patients per day, you get some idea of throughput of work that is undertaken. 84% of GPs report working pressures as unmanageable. And indeed, the latest data from the GMC survey indicates that up to 14,000 GPs may be leaving the profession within the next 5 years. So we've got some serious problems as far as continuity of service is concerned. And going back to the trainee doctors, the junior doctors, the last GMC survey indicates that 33% of them feel that the stress on them has led to burnout of either a serious or very serious nature. Those are the conditions under which our colleagues are working. And these are not exaggerations, because I'm simply quoting facts and figures to you. At the same time, we know of the value of continuity in clinical practice. Familiarity breeds better outcomes. Seeing one doctor is linked with fewer hospital admissions, reduced healthcare costs. It's greatly valued by patients. We all value seeing someone we know, and it has been the traditional base of general practice. But any of you who's registered with a practice will know that as soon as a practice has more than 4 partners, the chances of you seeing the same doctor more than once are diminished. And there are so many doctors now who are either locums or salaried doctors, that the situation of continuity is probably yesterday's news. So larger practices and conglomerates of practices, and I'm sure we're going to hear some more about that from Chris, simply cannot deliver the continuity of care which perhaps our parents and grandparents were used to. So it's not a question of are there enough GPs? The question is, can general practice as a service be sustained, or does it need redoing? And the same applies to a large extent as far as the hospital sector is concerned. I heard a heartbreaking story from a friend of ours who has cancer, who said that the only continuity of care she used to experience was from her cancer doctor. And even the cancer department became so busy that after the initial consultation, she did not see the same cancer doctor more than once. So this is a service which is becoming highly commodified and based on who's available and people being sent to do certain jobs because they fit that particular hole that needs to be filled. So there are serious problems here, and we've published a little on this. What are the reasons? Fragmentation of specialties leading to siloed care, walled boundaries between specialties. You know what it's like. You go and see your diabetes doctor who says your eyes need help, so you need to go to another trust to get your eyes seen to. The eye doctor notices that your leg is about to drop off. He says, you need your leg cutting off, so you go to see a surgeon elsewhere, and you wait several weeks for the scans to come back, and then you have to wait months for the appointment for the doctor. Of course I'm being facetious, but you know what I'm getting at. There is no single one point of care delivery. And although this is being mooted now for the future, it is a long distance away from what you and I would call the Mayo model of care. At the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, everything is done with the individual in one go, as far as possible, with one responsible clinician who coordinates the care that the patient needs. So we have these kind of problems. So where have our leaders gone? I mean, I'm a doctor. I'm embarrassed. How did we let such a situation arise? It's his fault, Chris, because he's one of the organizers of, the services that they have to buy and sell and so on. Now, he's looking pretty guilty, as you can see. But the point is that, we've had all these new versions of the NHS which have led, rather than to more coordinated care, to, I suspect, more expensive fractured care. So our health environment is shifting. What are our opportunities and what shifts do we have? First and foremost, I'm not sure that the word patient will continue into the next 30 years. I don't think the word consumer is all that good either. But these social shifts in roles are making a huge difference. What is a satisfied customer? Who is a satisfied customer? What is a consumer's need versus what they actually want? There's a greater need for immediacy, urgency, and accuracy now. If Amazon can deliver your parcel by tomorrow morning, why can't you have your cancer diagnosed more quickly? In my view, this is a very welcome and necessary revolution because it will drive not just technology, but relationships between carers and patients and the public. But we need leaders who are going to help us to adapt to these new changes and who are going to be able to help us to move with the times. The development of the empowered patient who is an expert in their own life and who is seeking a more equal partnership with the healthcare provider is absolutely crucial because that puts greater responsibility on the consumer or the patient. And I welcome that because without a true partnership, this will remain a one-sided argument and the socialists will continue to attack doctors for trying to hang on to power, an argument that I've always rejected. So there's a growing expectation of timely solutions to health problems and restoration of health. But have these benefits of modern medicine been oversold? Can we actually cure everything and take care of everything that needs to be done? I suspect not. But I think that there is an expectation that we will produce earlier and more accurate diagnosis. And we as the public are actually much less forgiving of delays and misdiagnosis. Who in this room has not had a relative or a friend in whom the right diagnosis was not made for a long time, or in fact the diagnosis was delayed? We all get angry and upset about that. And what kind of leadership, therefore, do we need to help direct things more specifically? We say that we're very proud of an excellent primary care service in the United Kingdom, but are you sure that this is not a service that's merely preventing a much earlier access to the specialized services that we need? Yes, I dare ask that question, even though I think I could get into a lot of trouble for doing that. I want to quote my close friend, Sir Donald Irwin. He said, "People and expectations are moving on in the new paradigm. In Western societies today, the historical notion of passive trust in doctors is giving way to the concept of active patient autonomy, driven, of course, by the revolution in IT. With patient autonomy, it is the patient who has the illness, and so it is the patient, or should be, the final arbiter of what's right for them. It's their body, their mind, their illness, and their life. And I think before we can put that into place for the next 20 or 30 years, because this is the direction we're going in, we need a form of leadership that will be courageous enough and strong enough to recognize this shift, which is already occurring. What kind of advances do we have? Because it's not all bad news, but of course the problem is that advances need to be effected. We've got precision medicine. Precision medicine is where your genome might determine which blood pressure tablet you're going to have. If your blood pressure tablet isn't working for you, it could be that it's not suited to your makeup. So we have these technologies now where your treatment can be tailored to you as a person. Indeed, in instances of breast cancer, you might have 5 people with breast cancer, each of whom is receiving a completely different treatment based on their own genomic makeup and on the gene makeup of the tumor itself. So these advances are good, they are excellent, but they're also expensive. Personalized medicine, gearing things towards the individual, means a far greater use of technology, not just in earlier diagnosis. You've probably heard about fragments of genetic material flying around the bloodstream, which, if detected, could let you know whether or not you're in the process of developing a cancer somewhere. Yes, indeed. It is possible now, using a blood test, to find fragments of RNA, which is a genetic marker, a chromosome marker, which could say you're going to get prostate cancer. And not only that, but it can also identify the kind of prostate cancer you might get, and therefore what treatment you're going to get. And trials on that kind of intervention are now starting in the UK. We have liquid biopsies, that's the blood test I was referring to, molecular biomarkers in sweat, and of course artificial intelligence as a diagnostic aid. And that's important because of undifferentiated data. Now, I'd like to tell the story about how we still teach our students that the early signs of bowel cancer are rectal bleeding, loss of weight, anemia. Now, these are 19th century indices. In fact, they're probably 18th century indices. What we don't ask our patients is, did you have an itchy nose? How have you been sleeping? Oh, is there a rash on the back of your head? For all we know, those might be the earliest signs of bowel cancer. I'm not saying they are, but we've never collected undifferentiated data because we've gone straight for what we think is the information we need. A lot of our medical practice is based simply on stuff that other people have said and that we've learned. So the beauty of artificial intelligence using undifferentiated, widespread data is the ability on a clinical basis to not only reach an earlier diagnosis, but to make a more recent suggestion about what might be done next. And of course, the other consequence of the in IT revolution is the availability of the instant consultation. And the only thing I'll say about this is that we are now facing the same situation that we are with our physical GPs. People want to be seen in person much more effectively in their view and more often than a registered service like this one. So, a number of questions to ask. Are we clinicians out of step with societal changes? Therefore, has our own leadership let us down? Are we merely working as workers in a commodified setup? And is actually medicine out of step with society? Do we have too few generalists, or do we have too few specialists? Are we far too distant from our patients? Can we change to a new environment, especially as the world is developing new values? But who is doing the thinking and the leading? When was the last time you opened a newspaper or a journal and thought, there's some interesting thinking going on here by some doctors about what's going on in the world around us? It's just not there. And I think that we're suffering from a dearth of such thinkers. But here, I have to defend ourselves as doctors. Our core values have always been trust between the patient and the doctor, competence, compassion, sympathy, empathy, vocation, a sense of care. But you know what? These are killing us. These are leading to huge mental health problems and dropouts from the profession. So I've heard it said, well, the doctor is dead. Let's reinvent the doctor. What does the future hold? Some other kind of workers who will be the frontline health consultants, who will use artificial aids, AI, and diagnostic abilities. Maybe your, as I say, the apocryphal leg I was referring to will be cut off by a machine with a technician who's trained to do that. Well, don't laugh. I mean, for years I worked in gastroenterology as an endoscopist, and endoscopists don't have to be doctors anymore. And you might argue that in a few years, your cardiac stent will be put in by an automated machine operated by someone who isn't trained as a doctor. So I think things are changing, and whether or not the doctor will exist either in this format or other format is a reasonable question to ask in this setting, although I might not ask this in other settings with my professional colleagues. So with a view to that, our project, which is the Doctor Who project, the future of medicine, we identified a number of areas that we've been working on: the evolving patient-doctor relationship, technological advances, the workforce, provision of care and work environment, but particularly clinician well-being and morale. And yesterday we had a national webinar on that. Medical training and education, have we got it completely wrong at the moment? Not just slightly, but greatly wrong. And medical leadership for the future, which of course is the area which is important for today. Much of the talk this morning was on the balance between technology, and you put it beautifully, Chris, technology versus philosophy. The human factor. What is the value of face-to-face contact? Will we need doctors in the future? How is that going to work if people seek human contact? Well, certainly if you read the newspapers, people are attacking the profession for not providing face-to-face contact at the moment. What form will that take? Will the medical function be performed by a series of highly trained generalists? So, as I complete my presentation, I'll make a few points. One, we do need new derived leadership models that require, people who will be required to, and we need to empower individual leaders to take responsibility for effecting change. Not only do we need leaders, but we need leaders who are going to effect change. The recruitment of future leaders will need to target those who are willing to seek greater autonomy. Autonomy is the key to high-quality leadership, independent thinking, and the ability to be innovative. We need visionary leaders who have the ability to embrace change and show us the path forwards. We need people who can adopt and evolve and resist hierarchies and have diverse skills. And importantly, current models of leadership, which are often geared towards effective management, such as managing a good surgical unit or a diabetes unit, do not facilitate imaginative global strategies for the future, and we need a different approach to that. So a major effort is required to engage with clinicians. And that is why I'm excited in terms of working with Dean and others and Craig, because I think Lincoln does have a vision for creating a program that might pull in, at least on a pilot basis, people who are prepared to be different and leaders in that way. And we've seen how changes can be accelerated, how changes can be brought about with amazing alacrity through the recent COVID-19 crisis. The human factor remains there. So it is remarkably difficult to project into the future, and perhaps on a different occasion we can actually look at models for the future, the kind of Star Trek version of the Doctor Who, which we do have as well. We need to prepare health professionals and the public for what might be coming, and I think that's important, and we need to foster innovative and prescient leadership for the future. But I'll finish with this rather apologetic slide. Why don't our medical institutions move faster? Why have we not responded? We're in chains, are we not? caught between the functions of trying to be professional representatives as well as trade union representatives. And I sense that it's a situation, as Kafka said, it is often safer to be in chains than to be free. I would rather that we at least started on the path to freedom in leadership. Thank you very much for having borne with me.
Thank you, Pally, and we're delighted that Pally has joined us as a visiting professor, part of the centre, and is helping us to think about how we're going to help to deal with some of those fundamental challenges within the education of our future leaders within the health system. And we're also delighted to say that we're working with Chris, but from a slightly different angle about the health system, and therefore it gives me a great delight to invite you, Chris, to say exactly what it is that you think we need to hear about the changing face of health, and please take the stage.
If you don't mind, I won't stand behind the pulpit. I'd be inclined, I think, to address you all as dearly beloved. There he is again, that young man, my younger brother, Director of the Humber Coast and Vale Health and Care Partnership. I just reflecting on what I said earlier on the kind of labels and authenticity. The Humber Coast and Vale Health and Care Partnership was originally called the Coast, Humber and Vale Health and Care Partnership, until somebody observed that the acronym for that was CHAV. So I'll leave you with that one. I have got another acronym about my history, anecdote from my history in working in university, but it's not for public consumption. I'll tell you at lunchtime. So I want to applaud Pally, first of all, for that presentation. I want to applaud his honesty, his plain speaking, his willingness to lay down the challenge to everybody to think differently and do differently, and his willingness to front up those issues. So thanks, Pally. I won't be able to match your academic rigour, but I will hopefully match approach to the challenges that we face. I mentioned earlier on that I have hopes, I have fears as well, and I'll explore that in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. Just a word from me. I've had two bits of advice about giving presentations that I can remember. I've had lots of bits of advice, most of which I've disregarded or forgotten, but the two that I remember are: one, check your flies. Now that's something which is increasingly important to me as I reach towards my dotage. The other is never apologise for what you're going to say. So I won't apologise, but we'll give you a warning that the following presentation may contain scenes of moderate irreverence and cynical realism. So if you're offended by such things, you may need to close your ears and your eyes at certain moments. So what on earth am I going to talk about? I'm going to share what I would describe as some harsh realities, inconvenient truths, and just draw out, as Pally has done, some of the challenges that presents for us in the health and care system. That there, if you don't know who it is, that's Al Gore. Al Gore decided to use a PowerPoint presentation to alert the world to the dangers of climate change. He filmed that and was given both an Oscar and a Nobel Prize for his efforts. I just wonder, discussion point, do we give accolades to people in the health and care system who front up the issues and raise the challenges? So, where are we? Those of you who work in the health and care system will be fully aware that at the moment we're in the middle of a legislative restructure of the health and care system. For everybody else, you might not even have noticed due to the lack of coverage of this. So I'm going to introduce you to some of the key players in this continuing melodrama. Up in the top left-hand corner, that's Andrew Lansley. He was the Secretary of State in 2012 when the current Health and Care Act was passed under the coalition government. Widely regarded as one of the worst pieces of legislation ever to reach the statute book. Based on the principle that if we introduce choice and competition into the NHS, service quality will improve, efficiency will improve, and everybody will feel better and do better. I like to think that that picture was taken 2 years after the legislation was passed, when he realised the horror of what he had done.
Then we've got, alongside at the top, we've got Jeremy Hunt, the longest serving Secretary of State for Health, who, on reflection, was probably a bit better. He kind of got the idea that choice and competition wasn't working quite as we'd hoped it would, and that if we collaborate and bring services and people together, we might do a bit better. And so Jeremy Hunt and the then head of the NHS, Simon Stevens, they kind of were the architects of the piece of legislation that's currently going through. Then, of course, there was a change, and Mr. Hancock took over. Now, I could have done a whole slide on Mr. Hancock, but I'm conscious that I'm on film, so I kept it to one picture. There's Mr. Hancock protecting the NHS with one of the 9 billion pieces of PPE that he bought from his friends that were not up to quality and safety standards. Trust the experts in safety, it'll do you well. But Mr. Hancock was very keen that his instructions, particularly during the pandemic, should be implemented quickly and consistently across the health and care system. And he found that because it's fragmented, and because people need to tailor things to their local situation, that wasn't actually happening. And so he wanted to introduce into the legislation some greater powers for the Secretary of State. If you are working in an organisation where the leader's desire for control is inversely proportionate to their ability to use that control effectively, you might have a problem. I'll move on. Finally, we've got a sheepish-looking Mr. Javid, the new Secretary of State, who's inherited this legislation, which was, I think, reasonably well framed in the first place. It's been tinkered with, and now we're not quite sure what we've got. So there's a real battle going on now, and over the next 3 months, as this hits the statute books, of what kind of legislative framework do we want to create for our health and care system. We might think that's not important, but it will colour how the system works and how effective it is and how well it promotes our health and well-being for the next decade. So be aware, be afraid, be very afraid. So, what's going to be in that legislation? Great! We're going to have a statutory duty to collaborate. So that's really helpful. That means it's going to be illegal not to collaborate. So all of those people that we work with in our NHS organisations who are a bit selective about their collaboration or don't do it at all, we can lock them all up. But collaboration without an objective isn't really going to be very helpful. There's Pep Guardiola pointing out that if you just pass the ball to each other and you don't try and score a goal, you're not going to win the game. So I always like to put a kind of pithy encapsulation of these. I hope that these things get traction and that you'll share them and try and look sort of articulate and witty on Teams meetings. So please use this one in the hope that I can get a quote in the Oxford Dictionary. So, common purpose is the lifeblood of collaboration. If we don't know why we're doing it, why bother? I'm sure you'll all have seen Simon Sinek's It Starts With Why, your TED Talk, you get it on every conference you go to. It's basically that premise, that collaboration without purpose is pointless. And what is that purpose? What is the purpose of a health and care system? Seems simple, doesn't it, if you don't think about it in detail. But the Institute for Healthcare Improvement, apologies, I keep doing this and dropping out a signal, but I have to look what's behind me because I can't see it in front of me. But the Institute for Healthcare Improvement did a lot of work to assess what are the guiding principles around which you should shape any effective health and care system. And they came up with those 3 things. Predominantly, improving experience of care, which is about the quality of the care that you provide, improving the productivity, the efficiency, reducing unit costs, and then the tricky one, which is improving population health. Because the harsh reality in top right corner, the words, are that despite all the technological advances, the things that Pally's talked about, the things that we've done, improvements in treatment, care, technology, over the last 50, 70, 100 years, when you look at that in the round, it only contributes about 20-25% of the health and well-being of a population. All the other things around people's jobs, people's education, people's housing, what they eat, what they drink, what they inject, what they smoke, all of that is what makes the biggest difference. So that wouldn't be a problem if the health and care organisations didn't employ huge numbers of people, didn't spend huge amounts of money in their local economy and their national economy, if we didn't have an influence on the environment, if we didn't have an influence over 101 other things as well. The point is, historically in the health and care system, we haven't really thought about our impact on those wider determinants, and we should. So what does the centre give us? The centre gives us guidance, the centre gives us targets, it gives us processes, it gives us blueprints. It seems to think at the moment that if we give these gifts from the centre, the people in the sticks will use them and everything will be well. As I used to give talks to colleagues in my former organisation about business planning, planning and strategic planning, operational planning, capital planning in the NHS. And I used to get people to repeat after me, never present aspiration as plan. But increasingly in the NHS, target-driven NHS, we used to have plans which were predominantly narrative with the figures attached as an appendix at the back. We've made that lean, and now we just have the appendix with the figures in it. And there isn't a plan that underpins it in some cases. And if your figures don't match the expectations at the centre, they're sent back to you. And that's a worry to me. And then there's processes. There are predetermined processes that we are obliged to follow. In the expectation, if you follow the process rigidly, the right outcome will come through. I'm not suggesting that good process and adherence to process isn't a good thing. It is, but it's not a guarantee of anything. That's Mikel Arteta, the Arsenal manager, and after Arsenal got battered by Manchester City a couple of weeks ago, 5-0, former player, disgruntled player, Mesut Ozil, simply put a tweet out saying, "Trust the process," as a kind of pointed comment about the way in which Mr. Arteta was running the club. A kind of observation, really, a moment to reflect on, if it's not working right, there's probably something wrong, we need to do something different. And then picking up the theme that others have said, we've seen particular examples that where does innovation really start? It certainly doesn't start with people telling you what the good looks like and sending you a blueprint. I was joking with Dean earlier that the way things are going, we're going to get from the NHS at the centre a standardised blueprint for personalised care, a kind of a witty, ironic observation. The truth is that something not unlike that does actually exist. As ever, the best satire is very close to reality. So what challenge does that present to us in terms of local leadership? A couple of observations. I think you've all heard the phrase, the culture eats strategy, but obviously transaction eats transformation, and in the NHS that's particularly true. There is always an operational problem, always a crisis, and what happens in the crisis, we all rush over, if we're working in a hospital, we all rush over to the A&E department, and we try and make the A&E department less cluttered. We try and free up some beds. We try and do something about the dozen ambulances that are parked outside the back. If you happen to be working on something which is more strategic, you can find yourself sitting there on your own. So we've got to find a way of dealing with the here and now and the down the road, because the solutions to the here and now are not in the here and now, they're down the road. And what do we do about creating a culture where people can be challenging, where diversity is genuinely celebrated, where the ability to challenge and provide a different perspective is something that drives innovation and creates solutions? We certainly don't want to create a situation where people do what they're told because it's easier, and they're aware of what's right, but they ignore it. And as I said, COVID is infectious, but so is slavish adherence to policy. These three quotes are things that I've seen said by or endorsed by senior people I've worked with. I'll anonymise this for fear of legal action against me. The top one, I would applaud that. It was a little sign that someone, senior person that I used to work with, had on their desk. The trouble was, I always used to want to go over to it and write, "Well, go on then," underneath it. Because it's all about, it's not just about talking the talk, it's about walking the walk. The blue one, you're either on the bus or you're not. In some circumstances, that might just be okay. If it's delivered with, without even the veil of over the threat and that kind of sociopathic tone, it's probably not okay. We've seen that. We do see that. I've also seen the observation on the right side. I think they'll fit in. A kind of reference to appointments. Who should we appoint? How should we recruit? Should we get people who fit the mould and agree with us? If you want groupthink, fine, do that. If you want to genuinely celebrate diversity, if you want people to challenge, if you want innovation, if you want things to develop, you've got to think differently. So where does that leave us? It leaves us with a challenge, I think, about ambition, determination. We talked about resilience, not necessarily talk so much about the ambition and determination. I think one of the questions of table one suggested that if you're going to achieve something, you've got to really want to achieve. You've got to have a clear vision in your mind of what that is, and you've got to stick with it when the things get in your way. So, as they say, truth is the first casualty of war. Sadly, in my experience, you can start off with, in the kind of world that I live in, major capital developments, you can set out some bold ambitions for the future to do fantastic things. But when it gets difficult, when there's constraints around timescale, when there's constraints around budget, when people from the regional team or the national team are putting pressure on you, those nice-to-haves, inverted commas, can get lost. And you'll end up with pretty conventional state-of-the-art, not state-of-the-art building and services that look the same as they've looked for 50 years. That's the Lowry picture of Ancoats Hospital. Up until 2019, most outpatient departments in hospitals still look like that. There's been a bit of change over the last 2 years. It's not because the leaders have decided that we needed to take a broader look at services and a broader look at what we wanted to achieve through our capital development projects. It's because the pandemic did it. So where does that leave me? I'm leading what we call our Building Better Places programme. It's an approach to capital development which is very novel for us in the NHS. My experience over how long, nearly 30 years now in the NHS in strategic planning and capital planning is that if you want to get a capital plan developed and approved, basically do it on your own. So there are a couple of buildings and services up on the North Bank where the business cases were produced by me and about 3 other people. I had a kind of Damascene moment where I realised that actually, if you make the effort to engage other people and involve other people, you'll get fantastically good ideas and your plans will be better. So the Building Better Places programme is fundamentally based on the premise that if we bring everybody in, the local enterprise partnerships, the local authorities, the universities, the commercial organisations, with the NHS organisations, that collective of brain power and experience might give us better plans. So that's how we are looking to develop our overall capital programme. It's not got full traction across the Humber Coast and Vale area. It's got more traction in the Humber area, Humber part of that partnership than the York and North Yorkshire part, but I'm working on it. I'm delighted to say that in the Humber area, we put our proposal together for a place on the new hospitals programme, for that scale of capital investment into hospital facilities in Scunthorpe, Hull and in Grimsby, with another bid going in for capital funding for new diagnostic facilities in that same area. If you add in our BAU, business as usual capital of around 50 million a year, over a 10-year period, that'll take us up to a level of expenditure of about 1.3 billion. That's very, very significant in health and care terms, health and care system terms. It's also very, very significant in terms of the potential benefit that we can bring to our economy, to our communities, if we deliver it correctly. I did reflect that a few years ago in doing the university rounds and with one of the kids, I can't remember, I was over at Manchester, I think, with one of them, and I was informed by a person doing the spiel that Manchester University's capital investment programme was worth £1 billion over 10 years. And it just started to gently sob in the audience, because that amount of money was roughly 5 times the amount that was being spent by a large hospital in the health and care system at that point. So this might put us on a par with that and give us some opportunity. So what do we want to do? As I said, the ambition of the Building Better Places programme is to do those things. It's not just to replace old buildings with new ones, not just to give us a better home for slightly improved services. It's to enable us to hit a much wider range of really important targets that will genuinely contribute to the health and well-being of the people in the area that we serve. So it's about strengthening local communities. It's about local recruitment. It's about local procurement. That's why I'm so keen that the idea that we've got with ARCO to replicate what they've done with NHS Scotland, we want to do that in this area as well. We want to do more around our collective offer in terms of clinical, professional, scientific, technical training. We've got fantastic universities, higher education, further education organisations in our area. We've got sixth form colleges. We do some good stuff with them. We could do 10 times more. But we've got to get that focus and use this investment as a lever and as a vehicle to achieve that improvement. And I'm very keen on innovation and R&D. I don't believe that in our part of the world, the Humber Coast and Vale area, over many, many years, we've punched our weight in terms of innovation. I think we've got the right culture for innovation, and I don't think we've punched our weight on R&D, particularly health and care R&D. And I think there is an opportunity for us to do better, and I'd like to work across porous boundaries to achieve that. So the final challenge, I think, recognising, as I said, that the devil's in the detail, the diversions in the delivery, the challenge I pose to myself, the challenge I pose to colleagues in the health and care system, and the challenge that I pose to wider stakeholders in this room and beyond, is can we turn that rhetoric into reality? Thank you.
He's now taking his life into his own hands, moving to the side of the stage. So, get your Slidos ready. I would now like to invite the panel members to come up and join the two speakers, sit at the table, and please move along. Do the 4 panel members know who they are? So one from each of the groups is, I think, the plan. Whichever, I don't mind which one comes, as long as there's one from each of the 4 original groups. James, welcome. Hilary, welcome. We need Ollie, over to you, sir, or David. Come and join us. And if we can get the Slido up, I don't know how we do that. Project it to the screen behind me. I will guide or be guided by Slido. We need to go to the Q&A tab. So if you could go to the question and answer tab and then write your question in there, we can get those up. But in the meantime, one of the things I'm going to ask the panel is the very first question I can remember from the last group, which was, what can you do to create an environment where innovation is the norm? So who'd like to pick up upon that one as a panel member? What can we do to create an environment where innovation is a norm? Rebellion, we've got 7 panel members. I love it. Innovation right at the heart of what we do. So Chris, you say first, what can we do to create a culture for innovation?
I think I would be inclined to start with the leadership. I think you have to create the right environment, and leaders set the tone. So if we're picking leaders, make sure that we test with them what their attitude is to innovation, to challenge, to diversity, and make sure that they've got the right values.
Okay. Ollie, and then James, and then we'll move on to the next question.
I would just say in our organisation, we've done several things. So one is to make sure that everyone, whilst there are pockets of greater or lesser innovation at different times, to make sure that it's very, very visible and that everyone has a chance to contribute and to hear what's going on. And the other thing that keeps us heading in the right direction, in my view, is being so close to the clinicians using our products and making sure that at any opportunity we can talk to them about our plans and make sure that that sort of innovation is part of our flywheel to keep us moving in the right direction.
Fantastic, thank you, Ollie. And Taz just shows off his care and compassion there by bringing another chair. That's good. James?
My comment wasn't going to be, could I have a chair, by the way, but I think one of the things about innovation, and we've heard about the health service in particular, one of the barriers to innovation is actually within organisations is the fact that they're very operational and firefighting. So taking innovation outside the organisation or a culture where it is more welcome and embraced, innovation won't be right where actually people are literally firefighting because they don't actually want to change because they haven't got the ability to actually deal with what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So removing it from and creating hive-outs or different either enterprises or different functions to actually encourage that, but recognising and sharing. And I think with innovation also recognising that occasionally innovation won't work. Historically Britain has been reflected on the failures of businesses rather than recognising the success of failure and learning from that process.
Super. One of the questions that we got asked for the floor about which technology should we invest in, and in California they've got a lovely phrase which is fail fast. So if you're going to invest in a technology, make sure that you get out of it as soon as you can if you see that it's failing, to move to the next technology, because that is what's going to drive innovation. So the question that was at the top before is this new one, change learning is continuous. How can a university support us in this journey? Hilary, would you like to pick up on that? And then Pally, I'll ask you that same question.
Yeah, I mean, sure, this event is a really good example of how the university can support bringing people together and, enabling people to engage in a network. I was talking to Sandra, and she was sort of saying, well, how is it that, we didn't know about the university, we didn't know the university could support small businesses. So in a sense, that's an issue for the university to make sure that, we're using all sorts of communication tools in order to get out case studies like the one we've been working on to illustrate how this can actually work in practice to bring people together. But I think one of the other really important things is to show that we care about things, to sort of get that message across. I think passion takes us a long way. If we can be demonstrating that as a university, we're passionate about our local community, we're passionate about doing the best we can for Lincolnshire and the region beyond, then I think that will inspire people to get involved with us. I feel the elephant in every room is climate change, really. Getting people aware of how we can work with organisations and we can all work collaboratively in every endeavour we engage in order to make a difference to that, I think is a key thing. And we haven't really heard yet today at all about climate, but I think, working with young people as we do, this is the first and foremost thing at the top of their minds. So I think when we're talking about any sort of technological innovations, and I'm thinking about the way that COVID has been managed and all this plastic that we've now created that's going into the environment being wasted, and all the billions of pounds that have been wasted on, as we've heard, PPE that wasn't useful. It's in terms of leadership, it's making decisions that are going to be sustainable in the long term, and decisions which are right, not just for the here and now, but for the planet in the future. And I think at the university here, we're leading the way there, in the sense of the various institutes that we're creating, which are standing firm on this idea of sustainability. And I think the more we can work with the local community there, I think then we're going to get the message across in many different ways, not just about leadership, but about the much bigger issues.
Thank you, Hilary. Pally, would you want to pick up upon that one?
Yeah, thanks. With regard to innovation, I think there's another factor that goes hand in hand with that. Not every good thing that happens has necessarily to be an innovation. I think the subtext to that is, can you do something better than the way it's being done now? So that might not need an innovation, it just needs careful thinking and a thoughtful approach to how things could be done better. But the second question you asked was, how do universities contribute to innovation? Well, I think the odds are stacked against universities. Universities are meant to be hotbeds of innovation, invention, and new thought. But actually the way universities are judged through the research and teaching outcomes framework, and the way we get our funding is such that we become incredibly streamlined. Not only do we go for funding sources which are likely to keep our departments alive, but we also have strategies within departments which constrain the way we can work. And this picture of whose face fits reminds me very much of my own department, where we had 2 or 3 specific lines that we needed to follow, and we really only hired people whose faces used to fit that particular approach. So I think this is a real challenge for universities. We mustn't pretend that we are the alleged hotbed of innovation. Having said that, I think we have a duty to lead innovative thought. And innovative thought is sort of outside the remit of people who are, say, researching in a specific field. You might have people who are researching into diabetes because that's the main theme of your department, or within a business school it might be small business enterprises. But as far as innovative thinking is concerned, people from all sorts of backgrounds can be brought together and can come up with new ideas and thoughts, which in themselves might be more valuable as outputs and publications than the paper on how to improve small business enterprises. It needs courage, and it needs a high level of vision by people who lead departments.
I completely agree with that. It does need courage. Sasha, just to warn you, the next question is coming in your direction. Amazon can deliver a parcel tomorrow. Why can't we have more efficient health? This is down to privatisation. Do you believe we should add privatisation to the NHS? I'll go to James and Ollie after that.
Wow. I have been discussing this, I think, this morning with someone. Having experience, as I said, my wife, my sister-in-law both worked with NHS in different capacities. I've worked in private healthcare systems in India, totally private, where profit is the motive, and where in NHS, at the point of delivery, there is no cost to the patient, so very different ethos. But the difference is that NHS needs funds, and they need funds very badly for them to achieve anything which so the Amazon is able to do that because Amazon has the funds to do that. And if NHS doesn't have the funds to do that, it will not be able to do that. The only way I see it is that NHS has to have some offshoots, some SPVs built in. NHS has huge amount of intellectual capital processes which any private company anywhere in the world, we are talking about the Mayo Clinic, what Mayo Clinic does. So if we can create these SPVs which become revenue generating sources for NHS and these are profitable, they may not be generating profit from UK, but they will be generating profit. There is a world out there which can benefit from the expertise which NHS has. India can do that, I can tell you. But if you are generating profit from there, these are additional sources of revenue. Somehow NHS has to think out of the box. Where do you get this revenue from? How can you capitalize from years and years of expertise which NHS has generated? That would be my short answer to this.
Thank you, Sashi. James, over to you. Your thoughts?
That's $1 million question, and I don't think I necessarily want to say whether it should be privatised or not, but I do actually think, can we learn from each other? I think can we coexist and collaborate, and can we learn? There are many not-for-profit organisations that private businesses can learn from, and vice versa. So I think there's an element of that. Can we learn? Can we look at things differently? Who said privatisation would be better in the health service? I'm not really 100% believer of that. But I say, is it right? I'm not really sure. But actually, can we learn? Can we gain some experience? Some of it is, I think some of the times it's looking at the governance as well. Private boards will probably look at financial performance and statistics, where actually there's probably less focus on strategy and visionary. So I think there's a blend there to be experienced, and I think that it's a wider discussion.
Well handled, thank you very much for that. I've deliberately avoided Chris and Pally being offered that question because their careers depend upon the answers not being publicly made. So, Ali, over to you.
Well, I mean, this is an incredibly difficult question and one which I'm not really qualified to opine on. I would just say that as an engineer, the reason I work in this field is to support clinicians and through them support patients, regardless of the system and the funding in which the system is operating. My only comment would be, I'm not sure that privatisation alone explains why Amazon can deliver a parcel so quickly. After all, the vans are running on public roads and so forth. I'm not sure that's quite the nub of it. It seems to me to be more around perhaps setting up the conditions for innovation, as you've alluded to, rather than the funding model.
Thank you, Ali. Again, well answered. And I don't know who wants to answer this one, but the next question up there is, what data matters, really matters? So I'd like to pick that one up. Pally?
This is a very interesting question for this particular decade. I think we're beginning to learn that huge data sets, undifferentiated data, things that you might regard as rubbish, is actually going to prove very valuable. From the scientific viewpoint, you know that we've always regarded the randomized controlled trial as the gold standard for judging whether a particular drug might work or an intervention might work. Well, you might be surprised. I think within a few years, the RCT is going to be yesterday's news. Let's face it, an intervention or a drug that's been tested in rather tight circumstances where the subjects were carefully selected is not answering the question for the public at large. If you're taking a tablet, anyone in this room, the chances are that it was actually tested on people who didn't look like you, who weren't your shape, and who weren't exactly your sort either in terms of genetic makeup or ethnic makeup, or they didn't have the other 5 diseases that you have because they were excluded from the initial trials. A lot of this work has been done simply for licensing purposes. Now, the advantage of big data is that you could be supplying information on what effect your medication is having on you, how you're feeling, how your other problems are doing, and so on. And with the use of powerful computing and large data sets, not only can we make better judgments about what works or what works better, but we can also start to think about preemptive action that can be taken much more effectively. I mean, large data sets have been common in all sorts of other industries, in engineering and so on, in terms of predicting the failure of a device depending on its patterns of energy output or something like that. But we seem to regard it as some kind of terrible, suspicious black box in health, and I don't think it is that at all. That was why I said this is an exciting time to be a doctor, although, of course, it's a dreadful time to be a doctor when you've got 40 people banging on your door asking to be seen. So this is that dichotomy that we're living with.
A tale of two systems. So the last question I'm going to paraphrase and then ask every one of us to give their view on it, and then we'll invite Craig to the stand. So I'll paraphrase it by saying, how can we get a better balance between a command and control system of leadership and a distributed system of leadership within the NHS? And I'll start with you, Sasha, if I could.
Repeat that again.
So how do we get a better balance between a central command and control leadership system and a distributed clinical and managerial leadership system?
Well, I'm not in the best position to really answer that for NHS, but I can answer that from my organization perspective, how we do that. We are a pretty spread out organization across India. And the way we do that is that we have central dashboards where there are certain factors which are totally under command and control. So first thing we have to say is that unless you are running a profitable organization, you won't survive whatsoever good you would want to do for society. If you are not generating profit at the end of the day, you can't pay anyone. So every financial data has to be centralized. You should have that. There are no two ways about that. But when it comes to efficiency of services, when you have to improve your processes, that has to be decentralized. Trying to think that the central command and control knows everything, they don't. It is the unit levels which know the best, what suits them best. Obviously, that data has to be validated by the central command and control, but anything to do with efficiency has to be decentralized.
Thank you. Hilary, your answer, please.
I think it comes down to having a kind of shared set of values and a shared idea about what we're trying to achieve. So everybody caring about the same things, which can be quite difficult when everybody has different vested interests. But as Shashi's just said, obviously we need to take account of the resources that are in play here, but collectively, centrally, locally, in terms of the patients, in terms of the community, everybody caring about the same sense of what we're trying to achieve, which is better health, and to do that in a way which is environmentally sustainable. So I think it is a sense of alignment, and that comes from having conversation and being prepared to listen to one another, which often doesn't happen.
Thank you. James?
Well, Hilary's probably stolen what I was going to say, but and I don't think I'm necessarily qualified to comment on this, other than I think it's the removal of operating in silos, and it is building on what Hilary said, common sense of purpose. If you take primary care, my father was a GP, the idea of concept of him managing his own budget and determining the strategy for a practice is debatable, whether it was worthwhile. Clinically and medically he was a good GP, but should he be taking those decisions? And I think in some ways it was counterintuitive and counterproductive, that sort of model. And I think it's right throughout the health service. So actually, that sort of common sense of purpose, removal of silos, and it depends what you're commanding and controlling.
Thank you, James. Ollie?
Well, I think it's probably adding to the previous speakers. My view is that it's the role of there have to be certain shared values and guardrails, and there needs to be a sort of shared culture which needs to be fostered at all levels. And then after that, I think it's really important to empower people at every level. And certainly from the type of work that I've been involved in, it's very obvious that the talent and innovation that is then the potential for innovation and actual innovation that is going on at all levels of the NHS. It needs fostering, and people need empowering to embrace that.
Thank you, Ollie. Chris?
I think the point's been made, really, that despite whatever ambitions there may be at the centre to control things completely, that will never exist. Not even under a pandemic are things controlled completely. There is a great deal of opportunity for things to be designed, delivered and implemented effectively and developed at local and regional level. But your success in that does depend on that common purpose and that collaboration. And if you stand together, you will get more flexibility, you'll get more traction.
Thank you, Chris. And the hardest place to go on a question like this is last, Pally. So is there anything you want to add?
Perhaps contrary to the ethos of the question, I could say something about the success of that model so far. We've had amazing reductions in cancer rates in the United Kingdom, incredible rates of reduction in cardiovascular disease. Nearly all the Health of the Nation targets, which were set several years ago and which were driven by a kind of a command system, have responded quite positively. So I think the pain has been in the way things have been carried out and the functionality and the severe stress that many working organizations are under. But we've done a heck of a lot in the last 15, 20 years to raise ourselves in terms of our clinical indices. And that, I think, has come from a centralized public health policy.
Thank you, Pally. And on that point, I would invite Craig to join us on the stage as our panel members leave. And can I ask you to thank them all with a round of applause to show your appreciation. Thank you.
I think as a general rule of technology, just try and cope with one bit of tech at once. I've got two. I was going to be stressed out by this. So, panel members, thank you so much. I'll come back to you in a second. I hope you have been as inspired, challenged, indeed moved by the presentations and the discussions that you've heard this morning, as I have. And I was thinking about it, actually. One of the things that you find, I know you'll find from effective leadership, is that sometimes they'll make you just see or think about the world in a slightly different way. For me, it's almost been a bit of an act of collective leadership this morning, because hopefully one of the things that you will have found is that there'll be something that has occurred to you this morning, maybe one or two things that just think, actually, you know what, I could do that slightly differently. So if you haven't had that, or you need to reflect on that, I suggest you just write that down in order to be able to capture what was the one thing that was made you see the world perhaps slightly differently than when you came in this morning. Because I would bet your bottom dollar there'll be something in there that could change you for the better as a leader, as an individual. I am, of course, conscious that I'm now, I think, the only thing separating you from lunch. So at the risk of being really unpopular, I'm just going to take another couple of minutes. And the first thing, there's only a couple of things I'd like to do. The first thing I'd like to do is really take what we've been discussing this morning as a call to arms for the university, for the college, and for my colleagues. And we're planning on doing a couple of things in response to some of the challenges and opportunities that you've been hearing about this morning. The first thing that I would mention, and one of the things that I wrote down this morning, is how can we improve the support of the university for small businesses. And I'm delighted to announce that in 2022, we will be participating in the Help to Grow scheme that has been launched by the government in the last few months. And we will therefore be able to supply, with government funding, mentoring and support to small businesses in the, well, actually nationally, but of course we'll be targeting the Lincolnshire region. So watch out for that one. That, of course, is something being led by my colleague Uchi as ever, and we'll be launching that next year. A couple of other things in the context of leadership that we're working on that I'd like to mention, and I'd like to take Pally's call to arms, really, which is the Doctor Who report. So I just brought this card. I'm just going to read this to you because this is brilliant. Thank you, Pally, for your inspiration here. As current events show, the future does not wait. It is essential that this dialogue is widened and strengthened so that clinicians and the public become aware of impending shifts which will so profoundly affect the healthcare of their own generation and of those to come. So those are not my words, those are the words of Professor Hungin. You heard him this morning. We're taking that as a call to arms. And what we're doing is we're developing a couple of specific leadership products that I'd like to share with you this morning. The first of them, thanks to the leadership of Danny, the Dean of the Medical School, we're developing, believe it or not at the moment, my understanding is that our doctors, our trainee doctors, don't get any leadership development or training as part of their clinical studies. So what we're doing as part of the work that the medical school is doing is introducing a module for our junior doctors at the university, which covers leadership. And you don't have to read this, but what you'll be seeing is an overview. So they've got a solid grounding of theory, of course. We are a university in leadership of health organisations. So all that you've heard this morning, we will be introducing to our junior doctors here at the medical school. They will have an idea of how to critique the theory that we're developing, so they'll develop those scholarly skills, which will, I think, serve them well in their clinical roles. And then finally, development of management leadership skills in line with the Institute of Directors, tomorrow's Directors Programme. So what they'll also have is a programme which is accredited by the Institute of Directors. So it will have, if you like, marketplace authority and certification. So that's coming as part of the curriculum in the medical school. And again, thank you to Danny and his colleagues for supporting that in collaboration with the business school. Now, this is the other thing that I really wanted to mention to all of you. And we've been talking about Connect this morning. Have a look at the bottom of that. Collaborate, co-deliver, co-design. What I'm pleased to do this afternoon is to launch the co-development with you of an executive program in leadership for the health sector in Lincolnshire. So we are taking the call to arms that Pally has presented with us. We are working with Pally and some of our medical colleagues to co-design a program that will target some of those gaps in leadership and some of those opportunities in leadership that we've been hearing about this morning. So here are some of the things, the opportunities that it'll present. encourage participants to envisage a new vision for healthcare. Pali, particularly this morning, has been encouraging us to talk about how we think about healthcare, talk about having that long-term perspective. These are things that have come out this morning. Exposes participants to thought leadership in cross-disciplinary areas of innovation. So to look for ideas from other parts, other sectors, indeed other parts of the world. Creating a community of practice that connects, that ability to work together as a community of health experts, health executives in our region, and to improve the capability of senior leaders to take a systemic view of their role. Now, the idea is that we design this together. Now, one of the things that hopefully you've been picking up this morning is, as a university, we are the opposite of an ivory tower university. We do not have all of the answers here. We maybe have some of the questions that we can ask, and we've been asking some of them this morning. But we want to design this program, co-design this program with you, our health community, and indeed with colleagues who perhaps are associated with health or interested in the health leadership challenge. So that's our opportunity. We'd like to broadly follow what we call a critical action learning methodology, which means the program itself, once we've designed it together, will be partly workshops, it will be partly studying in the workplace, it will be mentored, it will be partly project delivery. So it is the most effective way of us having a program that allows you to learn and deliver at the same time over an extended period. And finally, we will look at as a university, it's one of the advantages we have, credentialing it, giving credits at a level 7 master's or even level 8 doctoral level program. So we have that ability to do that, so you can walk away with an academic qualification as well. The possible modules, these are some of the thoughts we've had already in early discussions about what we might explore. There'll be no surprises you hear. Frontiers of biotech, transformational potential of AI, advances in neuroscience, community, the work of the community, the collaboration right at the heart of it. I've put it there as the democratization of patients. We heard from Pali talking about patient autonomy. This will be a critical part of it. Entrepreneurship, innovation will be a module. And then leadership in the 21st century, exploring ideas of servant leadership, empowerment, 1980s. What we're looking at is how, as a medical leader, you can make sure that all of the innovation, the decisions that you're facilitating or promoting are coming from underneath you in the organisation. One of my definitions of innovative leadership. But these are only suggested modules. What we want to do is to work with you to design this ourselves. So that's the opportunity. How to get involved? Come and talk to us, one of us. We're having lunch together this afternoon. Talk to Pali, Dean, myself, Chris, one of us who are looking after this program. Please do send a note to Tars, that's his email address there. Just express your interest. This could be as light a touch as being on an advisory panel for the program. It could be as heavy a touch if you're interested in getting involved in the detailed design work. It may be a program you're interested in studying on yourself, in which case, how better to be able to study on a program that you've helped design. So those are the opportunities, and we are looking forward to your assistance. So that's all I really had to say in terms of input or content for this morning. However, before we wrap up, it would be a massive disservice if I didn't take the opportunity to thank a number of people who have been involved in this workshop this morning. So I'm going to do that just now. And of course, I'm going to invite, as ever, Ruchi to come up and lead us through the main part of those thanks. Ruchi?
Okay, so thank you. So just a few minutes between us and some hot lunch, which would be really, really nice. And, thank you for being with us this morning. What a fantastic session of content, Craig. It's been absolutely wonderful and moving, as you say, very thought-provoking. So we have our speakers to thank, and we have got small tokens of appreciation, all from the local community from Lincolnshire, to be able to thank our guests today. So if we could please first have our connected leads come one by one. Elena, if you could bring your guests up, please, for a small token of appreciation. All of them who were involved and everyone who was on stage with this one for everybody. Could you please kindly come up and, Elena, lead them on here. So please come, all your 3 guests and then your 2 guests from the first organization. And many, many thanks for... Das, do you want to just take it too? Great. Thank you ever so much for your invaluable contributions this morning. Just a small token of appreciation from the business school. For your time, for your thought, for your sharing. Thank you, Sally. Excellent, that's Elena and her guests. And for Elena as well, Tars, for leading the section so beautifully. Yes, please. Yes, please, thank you. Right, excellent. So, Hilary, you and your guests, please. Thank you very much, Shashi, for coming on today. You traveled all the way. Really appreciate it. Fantastic. Thank you. David, please, you and your guest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us today. Dean, for the keynotes, if you could please come up and for you and your keynote guests, yes, please, along with you. It was Chris and Pali. Wonderful keynotes, so thought-provoking, so amazing. I took pictures of lots of your slides. It's lovely content on there. Thank you so much. And that's for Dean himself. And Dean, we're not going to get... Oh, Dean's got one. Okay, Frank. Great, that's me. Yeah? Oh, James not come through. James. Oh, no wonder we're wondering. How could we have miscalculated? James, where were you hiding? Elena, you were to get James. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And, Dean and Chris for being our fantastic hosts this morning, all morning, keeping us, so thoroughly entertained with all your wit and content. Thank you so much. And great to be here.
Yeah, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, it's been, I know, quite a challenge to get this event together under the circumstances. And as I said earlier, we were so determined to bring this off. I think it's been a phenomenal success this morning. I'm so proud of my team who have put this together. And we just want to acknowledge that team as well, if I may.
Thank you, Craig. So we'd like to thank the following. I mean, it's been a team, definitely a team effort. So no matter how small or large, it all counts to sort of make this event work. So Emily, who's on stage already with us, so thank you for your work there. We've got Kaylee Bentley, who's been with us this morning. I don't think she's here right now, but she can't see her actually. Is she? Yeah. She's around the back. Yeah. So Kaylee, if you're around, please come up. We've got Elaine Dunn, Charlie Lupton, Alice Mates, Chris Waddle Cousins. I know he's home actually sort of supporting the stream right now as we speak. So we've got Holly Hill and of course Sally Newman as well. So thank you to all of those who sort of helped over the last few weeks to sort of pull this together. So please make your way to the stage.
Does you as well. Go. She's gone back, okay, all right. And we had some small tokens of appreciation for the school that actually worked so hard for the first act that they had to put up, but unfortunately since their student wasn't well, we didn't have the privilege of having them here. But it just leaves me to say a big final thank you to everybody for being here, and such an honor to have you with us today.
I'm sorry, you don't get the last word. There are only two other people we haven't mentioned. Tars has made a fantastic job with this. Thank you so much, Tars, for all your support. Well done. And finally, if there's one person who continually demonstrates the kind of leadership behaviours that we've been talking about this morning, with her inspiration, her drive, her innovation, her collaboration, her creativity, who really is the person behind this series. It was her vision that created them in the first place, and without her, they simply wouldn't happen, and that's Richie. Well, thank you so much. She's fantastic. And that is it. And I believe we have lunch service, is that right? So continue the networking. Great to see you all. Follow up on those opportunities and go and grab something to eat. Thanks, everybody.
Craig, so much for your leadership as always on this. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that 2:25 we gather at the reception desk for the unique medical school tour. Thank you, Danny, for organizing it for us and being the lead on this tour. So please do join and please do stay. Have your lunch and we'll meet you at 2:25 at the reception area for the tour. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at the next LIBS Connect, and we'll stay in touch between now and then. Thank you.